Destroys our generation. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. Looking for inspiration in my life. Looking for inspiration all the time. Looking for, hey!
Testing 1 2. I guess the audios are coming in through nice. How we doing, everybody? Getting a little bit of a late start, fortunately, but we're out here. Had some things to deal with, I guess, as far as outdoors there. A little chilly here today. It's gonna be like in the 50s tomorrow. It's crazy. Mother Nature is definitely having a fit, that's for sure. But yeah, I got lots of stuff to go over. I don't know. Did the tweet go out? Let me check. I think the Discord pinged off, but I want to make sure. want to make sure. I know some of you are probably a little bit worried as far as like, where's the stream at? But yeah, a few things to deal with here. So give me a second. I want to make sure the tweet's out there and make sure everybody knows about him. Lost 2 VIPs. What do you mean? What do you mean there, trucking guy? How am I doing there? Let's see here. Let's see. Nope, I don't think the tweet went out here. Let's make sure the tweet gets out there so we know what. Let everybody know we're out here. What do you mean what do you mean? I'm lost. Twitch Prime broken, won't let me resub. Really? Uh-oh. Is Twitch up to no good again? Hope not. I thought we got those things fixed, actually. I know we had, get this tweet out here real quick. There we go. Lots of things to go over there. Yes, there we go. Had to change that. Try refreshing, I guess, as far as if that's not working, because, I honestly don't have any control over that, I guess, as far as, how the Twitch Primes work. Other than the fact that I have affiliate status turned on, which it is. Okay, tweet is out. Just to make sure and double check. Twitch Prime will be available on March 12th. Oh, so you're probably too early then. That's probably what it is, right? March 12th. So that's, yeah. So if I look back on my end, as far as the last time you sent that off here, I've got, you just subscribed, so that's just your share. That's just your share, I guess, as far as, yeah, 7 days ago is what it's showing for me. 37 months, by the way. Yeah, so you already did, so you might be getting the share. So you're still good, I guess, as far as, like you said, probably till the 12th. Hard to believe it's already been another month. That's crazy. Time flies. Yeah, so you probably might have to give it a day or two as far as the way those Twitch Primes work. So yeah, I'm showing 7 days, 7 days ago, James, that you had already resubscribed. So you're probably getting, so it comes down to this, and I think I've explained this, and I want to make this clear. If for some reason you don't do it on the anniversary, I guess, of every resub, so if it offsets, for example, so like say you originally subbed to the channel on the 12th of March, or, you know, last year, and say at some point, whatever, way after, I guess, as far as that anniversary date that you subbed, it's going to offset it. So a lot of times what will happen, and I've seen this happen for myself too on other channels that I sub to, if you don't get resub on that very same day that you originally subbed from the previous month, there's that offset there, so you might get that share, your anniversary in chat, and that's not the same as getting a sub because you're already still subbed. It's just wanting you to share that in the chat. And that might be, I guess, as far as what you got going on there. Not that I'm not being totally unappreciative, I guess, as far as that, but I'm just trying to explain, I guess, as far as how the Twitch mechanics work there. And it just comes down to, no matter if it's Twitch Prime or just a regular sub, period. If you don't sub on that very same date every single month, and it has that offset, it'll tend to show that share your anniversary in chat if it's offset. So hopefully that explains it enough. But as far as I can tell so far, from past 3 streams that I've had on the channel, everything does seem to be cleaned. Haven't had any problems, so hopefully it stays that way. I know we had a little bit of a problem last Saturday, and we had to end rather abruptly, so hopefully that doesn't happen this time. Okay. Just checking everything on the dashboard here to make sure it's good to go. Yeah, that next time. There you go. What the hell is that emote? I gotta check Twitch chat. My chat bot shows it way different. Hold on a second. What in the heck? What is that emote there, Racer James, that's got the crown on it? That's funny. That must be a Twitch thing. Prime, you what? Yeah, there you go. That's funny. Yep, the next time emote is brand new for anybody that is following the channel. The Hunter Call of the Wild. Yeah, I've played it. I haven't played the recent renditions of it, but yeah, I have. Good game if you want to chill out and hunt. Yeah, I'm not good at hunting in the virtual sense or even in reality. So instead of freezing outside, yeah, totally get that. That's totally the case here today. That's for sure. All right, just checking up the chat here to make sure didn't miss anything. Yeah, so if you're not able to resub, so trying to look to see when your actual anniversary. I'd have to look on my other dashboard, unfortunately. So I don't know when your actual anniversary is there, Racer James, as far as from month to month, since the first time you sub. Only I guess you could check that on your subscriptions, I guess yourself too. But I was looking to see, I guess, as far as when. The only thing I do have, just double checking this, is 7 days ago, which would have been last week that you resub. And that's 37 months total, so 2-month streak with Prime. So that was last stream. Last week's stream. That's what it's showing in my activity list. And there was a lot of things that I did get. A lot of us got missed out on because of what, having to bring the stream to an abrupt end, unfortunately. And again, I'm hoping that doesn't happen this time. Where the main problem was for anybody that was tuned in last week is the video froze up and all we got was audio. So hopefully that doesn't happen. How we doing there, Lady Dev? You see, in the real world, I've never been able to get a shot when hunting. Seen some nice bucks though, right? Woke up with a cold? I'm right with you. Yeah, I was a little stuffed up when I got up to... I guess you could... Well, it was around 10, 11 this morning. And it was super cold. We had snow. We had that ugly 4-letter word stuff on the ground. That's all over the place. It's just gross. But yet tomorrow it's supposed to be in the 50s. So currently right now I think we're just below freezing. I think the last time I checked there. So it's pretty chilly out there right now. Yeah, it's supposed to get warmed up there. So I'm just getting things loaded up here. I got so much to show between where we left off, I guess, as far as last week. Making a turn 1 concession for LaCrosse Fairgrounds Speedway. I do have some things for Texas. I got that loaded up here, as you can see. So yeah, I'll probably be going back and forth, going over both tracks as far as what we got for updates. It's not the first time that we've done this on stream, I guess, as far as to have something to show you, I guess, as far as what's been working on in between streams. So from one week to the next, always nice to show these things off. So what you can see in the picture here, just want to clarify. These are the before. I'm going to show the after here. These are the Texas Motor Speedway before the updates. Right? So the main thing that I wanted to show here, so I got these things all loaded up. The way this shadow plane is. I've mentioned this to Torch and he's fixed it. And I'm going to show what it looks like fixed now. The fact that this shadow was just kind of not really pretty looking. Along with some of the the infield fencing. The way those are mapped and the shadows for that. I did show that off there, so I just want to go around here and show real quick. These are before the changes. Also, another change that I made on my end, and I'll need to eventually get that to you, Torch. I did apply static flags on these here, so these are mapped properly, at least on the victory lane. The fact that there are some on the big hoss too, I need to apply those there too before I get that to you. So that's something that I've done with the Texas build, as we had discussed last week, I guess, as far as off stream and all that stuff. I guess as far as to come to a conclusion, I guess, as far as how these flags would be presented. So I've taken the liberty of pulling out the previous ones that he had. So let me go ahead and show this real quick. Let's see. So this here. So here's what I did. These are the new items here. As far as the flag 1, which will be representative of the U.S. flag, flag 2, which would be the Texas flag, state flag, and then what I took out was the original stuff. And I do have my own PTF here, but I do have the coordinates, I guess, as far as for those. I'll get that all to you at some point here, so that you have that to apply on your end. So that's just a heads up, I guess, on that. Just a minor adjustment, I guess, to the track in that regard. I will, maybe even on stream here, I will apply, that's if you want me to, I will apply the appropriate flags here to the Big Hoss, because there is at least the 2 US flags and I think a state flag up at the top there. That's really about the only things I can think of so far, I guess, as far as with this one. Now, just to kind of continue to go around to kind of show what's going on with, this is all prior to the updates, right? So one of the things that Torch has changed with the way the shadowing is off these infield fencing. So not only is the mapping for the fencing itself, which is all modeled, I want to keep that in mind, but also the shadowing for that, so that these line up more with the actual fence poles. That's all been changed. It's all been updated. And I'll show that here in a second. I just wanted to go around and kind of show this prior to me showing the updates. They've even been trying to remember. Right. And I've already got both the flags, as far as the U.S. flag and the state flag, as obviously like I showed with the victory lane. So it would be no problem, I guess, to be able to apply that. And I'll probably just apply it right to this PTF that I got here. It's a very minor addition, I guess, to... Alright, so just taking a real close look at as far as how this looks prior to showing the update. So same here with these shadows. These have been redone. Just to kind of, so they match up more, I guess, as far as with the fencing and as opposed to the shadow. I do have the new MIPS up there. So all this over on this side is all new, and these are previous. So the previous, this is brand new. So this the score tower shadow uses this texture now, and I'll show that here in a second. So the previous shadows MIP that we had was this one. This is the new one. All right, we haven't shown that yet. This was the previous shading for the fencing. This is the new one. Okay, so this should help it line up, I guess, a little bit more. In fact, we'll show that, I guess, first once I load the track in there with the changes. But that's just to kind of give you an idea of the caliber of changes that have been made. And that was what I had suggested to Torch, because although these shadows that are here look pretty great, they don't 100% line up with the way the mapping of the fence was. So it's kind of somewhat of a disparity there, if you will. And I think it would make it look less better. And we'll be able to see this here in a second. So that's amongst the major changes that have been applied in this latest updates to the track. So now what I'll do, we'll go ahead and close this out and apply the changes. So we'll go into, remember where it's at. So I already got these in here. I just wanted to make that clear. So we got the ones from Torch, which are all these items. Go ahead and I already sorted these out, I guess, as far as what's replaced. That's what I got loaded up here in WinMap 2. So these are the items that have been replaced. So they're already items that were in the track, and they're just refined. Pretty much. The only thing that's brand new, as I already mentioned, is the score tower shadow itself, which is its own 3DO. Which I think was previously already in there, it just didn't have its own texture. But now it has its own texture. So the previous score tower shadow was using the shadows MIP, which has already been updated. So hence the reason why it's probably been given its own. But hold on a second. Went too far back. So I need to go into replaced, and let's take a look at what the previous score tower shadow had, just to confirm that. So it was using shadows MIP, and because that has been updated, just like I was showing, here is probably prompted the creation, I guess, of the new shadow that looks more, it's got its own shadow. Alright, so we're going to take a look at that. Lots of things going on here. I'm trying to get as much of all this information here. If I do miss anything, Torch, definitely hold me accountable. for that. But so far, so that is all the replace stuff. These are the new items. I'm gonna go ahead and put these in the track now. We'll look at the track, I guess, with all the new updates. Now that I've given you a once over, I guess, as far as what it looked like previously. We'll go ahead and put that in the track edit folder like this, and it's going to ask me to replace. And we want to say yes. These are all these going to be newer. There we go. So there's all our new items, new and or updated items, and we'll reload this. I'm going to use my PTF because I got the new flags in there. Torch, just to confirm or whatever, I didn't need a new PTF because I did load one of the last PTFs that you gave me, which I think was this one, prior to me applying the new static flags, and that loaded fine. I didn't relay you that because you did mention, I guess, as far as to let you know. I just ran out of time. I'll just be perfectly honest. I ran out of time. I was just like, he'll just be able to see it on stream. I'll be able to explain it to him on stream. Okay. Nope, I did not need the PTF. I did not. As far as you did send me one just in case, but I didn't need it. Oh yeah, that was so close to Lady Death. Holy crap. So for anybody that wasn't here on Friday, for Farm Friday, Lady Death came in right off the bat, first pull, on the slots there, and got maximum jackpot. That was freaking insane. See, now it went the other way. That's funny. That's hilarious. And all the cap is on the other side. Bot's got kind of toying with y'all. That was. I don't think that's ever happened on that. I don't know if anybody clipped that. It definitely needs to be clipped. Because that was definitely a first time for that. And then what was crazy is I think Brian Damage had tried to do the slots, I guess, as post-fact of Lady Death doing that. And the bot was like, nope. He got super grumpy, I guess, after that. So, that's crazy. Okay. Yeah, so I am noticing, I guess, as far as what Trucking Guy, I guess, as far as what's mentioned there about the, yeah, it is showing that you guys are not subbed, but it does show your Twitch Prime. That's interesting. Hopefully that does, eventually go through for you. Keep in mind too, I know some of y'all mightn't necessarily like to do that, I guess, as far as during stream, and that's understandable. But keep in mind that you are able to subscribe. You can run that through without the stream being live, right? I will know. I will know about it, I guess, as far as by next stream. So don't be discouraged, I guess, as far as like if you do want to continue to sub. You know, as far as the resub to the channel, you can do it without the stream being live. Just kind of FYI out there. I just totally understand, like I said, I guess, as far as wanting to do that, I guess, as far as during stream, because it's super exciting and whatever, and then I totally appreciate that. But I don't want anybody to get discouraged, I guess, as far as to not sub to the channel, even though it's not live. If you feel so inclined, anyway, right? Okay, so with what all I said there, I gotta make sure I open up my PTF that has the new static flags into it, and not an older PTF. So we need to open this one. Some of these I need to get rid of. Some of these are just older ones that I just haven't purged out yet. Prime Speed Dub on March 12th. That is today. That's what Trucking Guy just so it must be something that Twitch is doing on their end. I'm assuming. I haven't gotten any information, I guess, about that, so I can't be too, clear on that. So if Twitch is doing something on their end, I guess it's trying to, fix whatever issues they might have with Twitch Prime subs. I don't have any control over that, unfortunately. But today is the 12th. So maybe throughout the course of stream here, you might have to refresh the stream. Maybe it might possibly fix itself, I guess, if that's what they're working on. Because if it's saying for you guys, I guess, as far as it's on the 12th, today is the 12th. So Technology's a wanker. Yeah, I don't have no arguments for me. Yeah, I would, you know, if it was me, that's probably what I would want to do if I'm wanting to sub somewhere. And just to confirm, if they're saying the 12th, does that mean the end of the day 12 on the 12th, or is it now or when? I mean, because we're already in the middle of the day, so it's like, all right. So the track did load with all the new stuff. That's good, even on my new PTF. That kind of gives you some clarification there, Torch, that I didn't need the PTF that you had sent me just in case. So this is using the PTF that I've created, even with your new items. So worked out good. And that's what's kind of really cool about how you apply 3DO. So this is in particular, when I say this, when you have a 3DO that's already applied to a previous PTF, and then you're adding a separate texture to it than what it had originally, because that 3DO was already attached to the PTF, and even though you changed the texture, that object, hey, there it goes. What did you end up having to do? You had to refresh? Just out of curiosity. Yeah, in fact, let me do this. GG, so let me get some hype in the chat. Finally got that to work. There you go, now you got that badge back. You did the upgraded one. What's the upgraded one? Did Twitch do something? The Twitch Primes, I guess, did they get a revamp? Normal tier. Oh, gotcha. Oh, you did a normal. I gotcha, so not the Prime. Gotcha. You didn't have to do that. You didn't have to waste it on me. I know you get those Primes relatively for free for having the Amazon or the, you know, the Prime on Amazon. Definitely not necessary. So you'll have the Prime for next month. There you go. Definitely totally not necessary, but it's very much appreciated. Yeah, so coming in with the tire screen. We're not doing that yet, just yet. Yeah, so but we will be. We're getting there. We had someone trying to post that purge anyway. Y'all didn't see that, so yep. Thanks you for the tire squeal. So those are working. That's good. 6 months. Holy shit. Oh, so you went with holy mackerel. So that means you won't necessarily have to pay anything physically, I guess, as far as for 6 months. So that's kind of a nice feature that Twitch has applied, even beyond as far as the Prime, right? I think even Prime has that option where you can sub for sequential months, I guess how you want to put that, like a package deal, and you get it cheaper that way as opposed to subbing, I guess, as far. But us as the streamer, doesn't matter who the streamer is, they get all the, you know, the money, I guess, as far as even at regular price. So that's pretty cool. I like the way they've got that in there to have that option for the viewers, I guess, as far as to sub for sequential months, I guess, as far as in a row, just in one package, as opposed to every month having to, you know, come in and make sure they get that sub in there. Because sometimes when people aren't able to attend, I guess, the streams, I guess, as far as on a regular basis, but they still want to support streamers, so it's kind of nice. It's pretty cool. How we doing there, Yasso? I don't even know how to find an Amazon account. I don't even know. Find an Amazon account? Oh, so you haven't used your Twitch Prime? I thought you have used the Prime before their Torch. I could be mistaken. I'm not 100% all they do. I'm not on Amazon myself. I'll be perfectly honest. I don't have a Amazon, you know, the Prime account, whatever you want to call it. So I don't know how that works. The only thing I do know is you get at least a 1 month for any Twitch streamer on Twitch. You can use that. So if you want to use that, James might be able to explain it more than I can. I know he's used Prime on his, but you do get one on your Amazon, I guess, as far as free every month. So if you're already paying for that, it'd be better to do it that way. That's, you know, like I said, I can't explain it that much. I'm not one that's on the Amazon Prime to get that though, so I can't be as. I'll be perfectly honest. Yeah, so giving the bot a drink. Hey, cheers, everybody. I did add for anybody that didn't know, per request, and through suggestion, at least anyway, as far as a stretch, channel point redemption, and a hydrate. And you can always still feel free to use the drink command for sure. You link your Prime to Twitch? Yeah, I don't know how that works. So yeah, either Yasso or anybody else that has that. I know James does it. Yeah, if you got to link it, however that works, feel free to. No, it's into channel point redemption. Channel point redemption. So the little fluid, little drop of fluid next to your type in chat. Yeah. The redemption in there for that. So just to kind of let everybody else know too. I did add that in there. So that's just some of the default deals that for channel point redemptions that Twitch has to that, on top of customs, which I have plenty of those in there as well. Right, and then you can use the Prime. So right, that's I wish I could be more informative, I guess, as far as how that works for most people, but that's about the extent of my knowledge on that. Okay. Alright, so we got the track loaded up here with all the new goodies. And as I was mentioning, with the the way you design the PTF, if you've already got an object in there that's in, you know, a certain position, I guess, as far as based on the PTF, even though you change the texture to it, the texture assignment to it, that 3DO is still applied to the PTF. So that's still going to load. So that's what's basically going on here. Torch had applied a separate new texture assignment to the shadow plane for the score tower, but yet I didn't need a new PTF. That's just a little bit clear. So this is the new shadow that's been applied. And you can see the way Torch has done this here. It's a little bit different way of doing it, as opposed to doing it like with a... I think he does have a TI to it, if I remember right. No, there's no TI to it. So he took the direction of not applying a TA to it and make it, you know, like a transparent dark, you know, transparent black, you know, to change the opacity of that. He's taken the approach of, and I can imagine, I don't know how hard was that to do. Torch, maybe you can elaborate, because as you can see, he's taken portions of the track, you know, applied the grass and to the pit stall and so on, and actually made that to line up. Go back to the camera view. Made that to line up with what you see here. So this is all based on this shadow plane textures, that asphalt and the concrete and the grass over in here. That's been applied to the actual shadow plane texture. So it gives it that appearance that it's actually got some opacity to that texture, but it don't. So that's a pretty neat trick to eliminate the necessity for using a TI. It's not bad at all. I mean, when you look at it from a distance, it definitely has that attitude of, you know, being like some opacity to it. You probably have more control over the TI if you use a TI, but I think this works pretty well, just the same. Pretty easy. Wait, are you gonna keep that secret to yourself? You getting me all hydrated? Are they? Or did I miss something? Yeah, so at least you do have the option, I guess, as far as it. And I've got my beverage of choice here, so. What costs less? Yeah, so what I was referring to as far as like, can you elaborate, I guess, as far as how this, you know, and you don't have to go into that much detail, but I can imagine it, just to understand there, from the texture level, right? You probably took some of the grass texture that's for the track itself, the actual texture here, and applied that directly to this texture here. I almost feel like I want to, let me do that. I want to put this in the paint program so I can blow this up, because I don't feel like you can see a lot of what I'm talking about here. Let's do a bitmap, and I'll put this in the paint program. Save as, and yeah, we'll put it right in here. I want to show this. I'm going to be able to zoom in on this a little bit. I can't do that in WinMap 2, unfortunately. Let's do this. I do have this is my makeshift for the turn 1 concession for LaCrosse. We'll get into that a little bit later. layer with black with a multiply at 70%. Okay, that gives us some clue. So that's what I wanted to kind of demonstrate here. Something probably what you did. So it's open. That's all LaCrosse stuff. We don't want to go in there just yet. Where's Torches thing? I haven't been in Torches folder for a while. So there we go. And remember where you're at. So here we go. So we go here, and then this one I just made a bitmap for. So what I wanted to be able to do here, zoom in on this, so you can see a little bit more of the detail on this. So just as Torches mentioned, you used a layer of black that has a 70% opacity, and then grabbed textures of the grass, concrete, and asphalt so far from the track that track has in it. Put those in probably separate layers, then applied that opacity out, and then just cut this out. You know, trimmed it out to until you got that to line up with what we see here in the. Gosh darn it, where's the camera view? In the camera view. So these are all probably separate layers, right? On top of the black, on top of all these the opaque black to make it at 70%, like you mentioned, to get this effect. So you can definitely take that approach to it, as opposed to just making that plane here as a TI and then mask that out as far as the shape that you can see for the score tower. Kind of really no wrong way to go about it. So the fact that the shape itself, this is all 3DO, this is all model of this shadow plane. It's already got that shape in there, and now it's just a matter of getting the textures and the opacity of the black and so on to present itself properly already on that shape of that shadow plane. Right? But the other approach you could take, which is another option, is to create just a standard plane, simple plane, and then mask out the areas for the shape of this, and then have opacity, you know, in the form of that black in the texture with a TI, and then you'd have the natural textures that would show beneath that, right? So that's another approach you could take to creating a shadow plane. Definitely either way you do it, it's not the wrong way. I think this way it eliminates at least the necessity for putting a TI to it, like textures like this do. So it's kind of balancing out having a TI as opposed to not. Some textures you can get away with it. This one you could definitely get away with not using a TI. This one probably not as much. You'd lose a little bit of detail with a texture like this, for example, in most cases. So the fact that this was the previous texture for the shadow fencing, we're going to look at that here next. This was the previous one, and here's the new texture. Let's go around the track now that we've looked at the shadow plane for the score tower. Yeah, so I think that even just that little bit of optimization that you have to this, not using a TI, is going to add that much more level of optimization to the track or something like that. Something as simple as that. Okay, so let's go around the rest of the track here and check out the rest of our shadows. So here's the new shadows for the fencing. You can see how much better the shadowing lines up with the new remapping that Torches mentioned to me that has been redone. So now you've got all these poles in the shadow for that fence all line up. A little bit of, wait a minute. Get a little bit of rippling in here for some reason. Not sure why that is. But you kind of get the idea as far as all these poles line up. So they didn't necessarily do that previously as they do now. It's really noticeable, I think, in turns 3 and 4 as well. So on the back side here, you can see how much better these line up with the fence posts. Granted, it gets a little squished on this end here because it does get pinched, you know, as far as on this end. So it's going to tend to skew, I guess, and then but you can still see how the poles line up with the actual fence post itself. That's what we didn't have before. Got a little bit of clipping over here, it looks like. Not terrible. Just things tend to look at as far as with each update, from one update to the next. Pretty cool. So you can see all of this. Yeah, much better. Now, what I am noticing is there tends to be, and this could be a simple adjustment to that texture, which is this one I have open. Whoops, that's not what I wanted to show you. We're going to be getting back in, and we're going to get into that here in a moment. But so this is the new texture here. You can see it's got like a gray to this primary texture here. This is the TI. This is what's masked out. Everything that's white. And what I'm noticing is it's more of a gray color. I don't know if that's the what you were going with, but I think it would need to be not so gray. It would need to be more like this onto this texture. That would give it more of a shadowy look. That's just something I think about. So that's just a simple texture adjustment to that. So it needs to be more this color on that. Now, if it already is, and we're getting this effect to it, then you might need to adjust it even further. That's just a simple suggestion. That's just a texture adjustment. That's what I'm noticing here as far as this kind of more gray. You can see that. See the comparison here? It's too, in my opinion at least anyway, it's a little too gray. It needs to be more on the black side. But as far as the way these line up, that's definitely a huge improvement. That's about all. Texture seemed too gray, I think. I have you have that one matches the color of the shadow's texture. Oh, okay, so you've got it matching this one here. Is that what you're saying? So this would be this shadow's texture, which is this is the new one. This was the previous one. So if you got it matching this one, it may need to be a little bit darker. If that's the case in here, it might be a little bit hard to tell in this one. Yeah. So in any case, I feel that this needs to be adjusted on this one here for the that shadow fencing. Let's go back to the camera. So yeah, that's the only thing that I see. Other than that, this looks pretty fantastic. The way these line up nice now, all the way through out. Yep, you got a little bit of pinching over here because of the way that's to be expected. Shadows wouldn't necessarily do that in reality as well. This looks pretty cool. I like it. All the way down here, it looks so much better. What I am looking forward to, and I don't know if you've started the process of that yet, Torch, is getting the... I think you might have it on this one here. Yeah, you've got this, the backside of this in here. I don't know about the welds. Yeah, I don't know if you got these lined up. Let me see here. I need to slow this down. Come on, camera, slow down. There we go. That's too slow. There we go. And it'll ease that thing down. So you can use the plus and minus keys on your numpad to slow the camera speed down as far as slewing around. But I wanted to look here. Do you have the welds? Where's that weld? There it is. Yeah, this is something that I was really looking forward to. And I mean, it's just a really, you know, one of those finer details as far as getting these welds here to line up both on this model piece and also on the geometric safer. So like this one here, you do have it on the top, but not on the back side. So the back side would still need to be adjusted. That's you may have sent the wrong one, I guess, as far as on that shadow texture. Okay, and I mean that's just, you know, just based on what I've got. If you've got it already updated, then it's just a matter of you know, if I'm just having the wrong one. So no big deal. So yeah, that's the next thing that I'm really looking forward to see these, because the texture on the back side here, to make sure it all lines up, I guess, as far as with the track side. But anyway, continuing, I guess, as far as our look, boost the spec up again. Is that plus key? But other than that, holy smokes, this thing is looking really, really, really good. So look at this curvature that we have in the shadow on that. I think it's going to look even better if you apply it, I guess, as far as with it being more on the black side as opposed to this gray. Definitely think that's going to look really good. Okay, so continue going around. So we don't have as much shading in this part of here. So you almost have to consider, I guess, as far as the direction the sun's coming in to get this. So on this side here, we do have shadowing. So it kind of flip-flops here from the inside to the outside. That's a really cool transition, I guess, as far as where it ends on the back side and then continues here on this side. So I'm sure there was probably some consideration by Torch, I guess, as far as how that shadow would look in different parts of the track, depending on, you know, where the sun's at. So the sun would be coming relatively from this direction. So if you consider such items as how the shadow's coming off the big hoss, and also the score tower that we looked at previously, you see that it's got all the shadows have this relatively the same trajectory. So the shadowing that we see even on the signs, you know, the billboards, and the way it casts it on the billboards, it's got that, you know, really cool orientation of the sun coming relatively from that direction. So if I haven't made that clear, I guess as far as that's just to add that more clarity, I guess as far as to that. Oh my god, ads, oh my god. We were talking about that earlier in John Bond's stream. Yeah, in fact, we were also just discussing too, as far as when you sub the channel, you don't get them damn ads. So there you go. How are we doing there, John Bond? How was your lunch with your friend? What is the date on that texture? I can double check here. So that's going to be on the shading, this one here. Let's see what we got. I have, in my possession, I have the 4th of March, 3-4, and let me look at the properties of it. Yep, so accessed on today, obviously. Created today because I downloaded it today. But yeah, it was originally created on the 4th of March. Mine is the 5th, so yours is obviously newer. So that would explain, I guess, as far as what we're seeing here is not the same thing. So if that's already been adjusted on your end, then that's fine. As long as you have it, that's the most important. So there you go. For sure I have the wrong texture. Well, at least we can confirm that. And it's not really, as long as you have it, yeah, for sure. Oh wow, he scolded the bot and got nothing. Rip, Lady Death. We'll probably have to wait for John Bond had his ad, so once he comes back here, I'm kind of curious to know how his, he had a lunch date. He watched a little bit of his stream earlier. He was playing some Lost Ark, and he went on a lunch date. Lunch date with a buddy of his coming off of work, and they went to a place, maybe you can elaborate there, John Bond. I think it was called Toots. I'm mistaken. Yeah, you'll have to let me know. The new one looks much better. Okay. I don't have the Discords up, but I'll get that. Let me see here. Load that up. Un momento. Oop. Oh, it's just. Oh, it's got a really long pause on this ending of this Techno Axe playlist. There we go. Yes, we're still here. There we go. So we're playing the royalty-free on the YouTube, Techno Axe on YouTube, royalty-free. So if you need any music, I guess as far as for any of your videos, feel free to use that. Another ad. How many ads are you getting? I heard Toots. Hold on a second. Yeah, that's what I was mentioning. I think that's what you said. The name of the place that you were going to. All right, let's see if we can get this new texture. Let me bring this up here. Load up the Discord. There we go. Or send us a fresh texture. Alright, let's see if we can grab this real quick. Okay, did download it. Nice. Close that out. Okay. I get leery, I guess, about running apps like the Discord desktop app when I've got all this other streaming stuff going on there. It tends to step on. It uses a lot of freaking RAM. And I already need a lot of that RAM, I guess, as far as for modeling and stuff. Yeah, you did go to Toots. How did that go? Any of there, John Vaughn? Okay, you good? Okay, cool. I did do that that option there we were talking about in your stream, I guess, as far as to do the ads during the intro. So we're good. I've been on now for how long? Holy crap! It's already been 45 minutes. Crap. All right, that's probably why you got ads. Because, like we were discussing in there, you were good for like about an hour, something like that. So yeah, that's probably about a reason. That's probably a reason why. I do need to get more into the habit when I go BRB, as far as when we take a little bit of a break to run ads. So that way, and Anybody new coming into the stream as far as pre-rolls, because that's the way Twitch works here. For anybody that doesn't know, I've tried to explain this, I guess, a little bit. If I don't run them myself, Twitch will do it for me, especially if you're not subbed to the channel. So if you're new to the channel and want to check out what's going on here, if I don't run ads, Twitch does it for me when they feel like it during the stream. So for new people coming in that aren't subbed, just like John Bond probably had to deal with there, it's you know, you run into that issue. So it almost behooves you as a streamer. This is what they're encouraging, at least anyway, to run ads yourself, so they don't have to do it for you. All right, so we got this new texture. I'll find out where the heck I put it. Let me go to this one real quick. Got so many winders open. Right here it is. Let me cut it from here, and then we'll paste it in here. Overwrite that. Yes, please. We don't want that. So we already saw what the previous one looked like. We don't need to look at this. I'll need to reopen that in WinMip 2. So we can see how it looked like. How the new one looks like, anyway. Let me go back to... Where's it at? Go back. Good deal. Alright, let's close that down. Now we got the new texture in here. We're going to reopen this texture so we can see how this one looks like, right? So all I need to do is close this one. This is the old one. And we'll open up the new one, which is this one. Why is that still looking the same to me? This is supposed to be the new textures. So what might be happening is the fact that I'm still using the same instance of WinMip 2, so it might be still, that texture is still caching the original texture, if you will. So I think that might be what it's doing. Let me go ahead. So now that you've seen, I guess, as far as the differences in here and what I've already shown, I think that's probably enough. So I'll go close this completely out. Just exit all the way out of that, and we'll reload this texture. I think it was caching in the look of that. So this is where I put the new texture. Yep, 312. I don't know. It's still looking gray to me. I'm gonna go ahead and put this in the track and see how it looks here, but it's still looking gray to me. Needs to be more on the darker side. Still looks the same from what you just sent me there, Torch. Let's go ahead and put this into our track edit folder and look at it from that way. We'll confirm. So let's put this in our track edit folder. We'll overwrite what's already in here. We'll reload the track. Yep, so that's newer. Let's go ahead and reload the track. It could be just the way it's presenting in WinMip 2, but the way we can confirm 100% is if we reload the track with the new texture. Yeah, so how did that, how did the eats go, I guess, as far as that toots there? That just sounds funny. I know from what, John Von, what you were mentioning as far as it's kind of where you're at, and you can feel free to share that location. It's kind of like a Hooters, but it's not. Alright, so let's see what this texture looks like. So we'll go back to where the shadow, where the fencing is. Sent the wrong one again. Just sent the...
It was at this moment that he knew. He f***ed up.
Okay, well, that's why we have that sound alert. No problem. Alright, so I got the wrong one again, but we'll confirm. So I just reloaded the track with that new texture that you just sent, which, from what I can tell in WinMip 2, is still the same. And we'll confirm here. So we'll look at this one here. It's definitely still the same. Okay. Still the same one. There you have it. And it's not a big deal if you don't get it back to me there, Torch. Did you send it again? You did send it again. Okay, let's try it. Grab this. Try this one. Okay, let me go back here. Give me a second. We'll get that back in there. So let's go to the desktop. And copy that texture. We'll cut that out of here. Paste that into here. We'll take a look at this. Yep, that's newer. Now we'll reopen that one in WinMip 2. So close this one out and reopen this one in WinMip 2. Open this one. Oh wow, that's totally different. That's a totally different shape. That's got a... Oh, is this just... Oh, so you just took it down a power or two, it looks like, right? Holy crap, yeah, this is way different, man. As far as size. So yeah, the coloring to it is definitely improved on that. But you can see this is the TI. So anything, this is the primary texture. Oh crap, I lost my chat, hold on. Yeah, there we go. Is about the same as Hooters? Gotcha. So you got the gals, the waitresses that wear the skimpy outfits. Or no? I've never had, you know, we don't have one of those around here. That's the only thing I wonder. So what I'm noticing right off the bat, not only from the primary texture of this, the primary image of this, here's the TI, so you can see how that masks out on the primary image here, but also the size of it. You stepped it down a power or two. So it was previously, I want to say it was a 256, now it's a 128, correct? So it's at least one step down. So that's probably a good point to make here, I guess, as far as just to kind of eliminate texture size as far as what's going on, especially with a TI. If you can get away making it smaller when it's a TI, then absolutely do that. And I think that's what you did. So that's probably good thinking. So you probably found it was better to step that down and not have as big a file overall with using a TI in comparison to what you had. So we saw what size that was, and I want to say that was probably a 256. Correct me if I'm wrong. So it was either a 256 and this is now a 128, or it was a 512 and it's now 256. So it's been stepped down one power or two. Cool. So now let's take a look at this texture and put that in our track edit folder. So copy that over here, and we'll reload the track one more time. Cool. Now let's reload the track again, just so we can see changes. That should be a definite change there. Whoops, got wrong. I need to do a new open. Grab this one here. So even with the mild adjustments that have been made to this, it's definitely creating a much better impact on the track. Oh, I need to speed this up a little bit more again. There we go. Yeah, plus and minus keys on your numpad if you got the numpad on for this sandbox. So we already showed that. Take a look back again for these. Yeah, definitely optimized. So let's take a look at this shadowing for the modeled fencing in here. So, oh yeah, that looks so much better. See, you can definitely tell the difference now. So it's got more of a blackish gray as opposed to more of a gray, because the gray shadow looked more like almost the same color as the fence texture itself. So you're not going to actually have that casted onto the ground. Yeah, this is definitely much better. Absolutely. So yeah, you can see that's going to be the case all the way around. Very nice. So this is being done in the form of a model. I want to make that clear too. So in comparison, I guess, as far as it being a light map, you won't necessarily have in areas of the track where the vehicle would pass through it. It's not going to cast onto, and that's the difference between modeling a shadow, and as opposed to playing a light map. Yeah, I'm going all the way around, Torch. Yeah, so we're just showing it all the way around here. You can see that, and this is what I was kind of trying to explain with the way this is done with the TI. So any texture that's below, as far as controlling the opacity of that main texture in the TI, is allowing that. So that's the difference between the way he's applied this, the Torch has applied this here, and the shadow plane for the score tower. You could get the same effect with that one. He's taking the approach of not doing it that way, just to kind of lessen the amount of images with TI, for example. So yeah, he's definitely added quite a bit of optimization at the texture level, as well as the modeling level. And I think that's going to say a lot, I guess, as far as for how the track performs from a frame rate standpoint. And we'll be able to test this out in the sim at one point. So yeah, that's definitely looking better. So this is down the backstretch. And if I hadn't mentioned it already, Torch did find it necessary, and that's why I've got all those new 3DOs. He had to remap the actual texturing for the fencing itself to coincide, I guess, as far as with this new shadow, I guess, so that all lines up like the way you see it. Let's go all the way through here. Whoa, my bad. Kind of stopping along the way here. So Torch was mentioning so coming through 3 and 4. See how that looks. So you got that that level shadow that you get off the wall itself, right? That looks pretty awesome. So the way that shadow would transition, I guess, as far as the way this, so the sun's coming from this direction, from that direction. So you can see how that transition of the shadow would change one part of the track to the next. Pretty cool. Now, like I said, in this part here, for example, if the vehicles that are coming through this area actually pass over this shadow, because it is modeled and it's not a light map, it's not going to cast either into it or onto it. That's about the only somewhat of a disadvantage that you would have doing it that way as opposed to applying in a light map. It just depends on what direction you want to go with how your shadows are applied to the track. But yeah, this is on the 3-4 side. So we're in middle of turn 3 and 4, right by just past the tunnel in the infield. And we're coming up to pit entrance. And again, you see that how that shadow coming off the actual wall is, you know, kind of all blended in together between the fencing and the shadow off the wall. All with one simple texture. It's that one simple texture. This little guy right here is doing all that work. That's pretty phenomenal when you think about it. Get this much of an impact on how the track looks there. This adds so much more attitude to it. See, this is another good example as far as how that opacity that's in the texture itself with that TI, any texture that's underneath that, as far as where it's casted onto, it's already going to bleed through. So that's just another method that you can use for applying shadows, I guess, as far as, you know, making shadow planes. And all these, again, I want just to add clarity, all these shadows off these, this is all modeled. This is all modeled. So this is all part of the interior walls and fencing, I guess, as far as this. A majority of all these walls on the interior are all modeled, as opposed to being geometric. And the fact that you can barely tell, I guess, the difference between that and the geometric. That's a big thing. You have to really look at it or know, I guess, as far as what went into it to really tell the difference. Look by the billboards, 3 and 4. Oh, so you got something up there. So that might be part I missed there. Again, thanks for keeping me honest and calling me out. So are those done by hand or AO? He does those all by hand, I think, mostly, Racer Jane. I'm speaking out of turn, probably. Right, so as Torch just mentioned there, most all the way he does it is not AO. So that's another thing, I guess, to take into consideration. Whether you apply it with AO or not, there's really no wrong way about it, right? I know with Racer James's case with LaCrosse, that build, a lot of things that he's got applied with the safer, things like that, is all done by AO. We don't have a lot of that. I think Racer James, feel free to elaborate, but I think he's still honing in on that, you know, kind of tweaking that out. But from what I've seen so far, with the AO that's applied to a lot of the models in that build, it's all depending on what approach you want to take to it. There's no right or wrong way as far as applying shadows. So the approach that Racer James has taken is with AO, which can be done in Max itself, taking the models into Max, applying the AO in that fashion, and then using that AO that is created based on the models in Max and applying that directly to the track. Here to do LaCrosse, I hate doing that part. Oh, as far as the AO, from what I've seen so far, like I said there, Racer James, it's turning out pretty well. Unless you're talking to Torch, I guess, about doing some of the things by hand. Torch seems to have that figured out pretty well, I feel. From what I've seen so far, a majority of all the shadows, that goes for the shadowing. Well, I've already shown, I guess, as far as with the score tower, but even the ones on the big hoss, that's all done by hand. the shadows that are on the billboards, all these here, so the casting of the light pole onto that, that's all by hand. I think I did mention before, it might behoove, I guess, as far as to kind of tone the texture down for this. This is a little too dark. You can see that comparison now, as far as like it just needs to be toned out just a smidget on these light poles and such, so it doesn't look quite so dark. And same goes for the billboards. And I think that's using that shadows, if I remember right, it's using the shadows MIP that we had previously open here. So I think it's this one here, which I think has already been updated. So this one here is the one it's using. It just might need to get toned down just a tad, just a skosh. You can kind of tell if I put these side by side. This one's just a smidge darker. I mean, this ever so slightly darker. So it just needs to get toned down a little bit on this one here, as far as this texture here that gets used by the billboards and such. So like these kind of shadows here, just to kind of make it all nice and uniform, I guess, as far as that goes. I think that just that little bit of adjustment, much like we did with the you obviously shared the updated version of that shadow fence. Yeah. Just ain't doing wall light maps, no map. Yeah. I'm with you on that, Richard James. Yeah, the light maps, and again, like I was saying, most of these channels that Torch has in here are not light maps. They're all modeled, right? So there's all of this here. And again, Torch, feel free to... I don't know if these are light maps on the backside here. Correct me if I'm wrong. But as far as I know, these are all modeled. All this is modeled. As far as the outer fence and the inner fence. And that's the difference. You can... And most of you have probably seen before, I guess, as far as the difference between the light map. You can't really tell the difference. You know, the one way you can tell the difference is whether or not that light map, that shadow from... structures, if you have that option turned on in the graphics, gets casted onto the car or not. That's really the only difference. So yeah, I think, am I showing all what you were wanting me to show? So all this is this outer fence. This is all modeled, all this shadowing, and this is all done by hand, pretty much, as opposed to AO. Right. I tried to, but the fence shadow. Hold on. The fence shadow showed, so I had to make it that way. I got you. So are you talking about the coloring of it? As far as making this lighter? I forgot. I was kind of going in a couple different directions there. I think this one here could definitely be toned down just a skosh in comparison here. So I don't know if it's really that easy to tell on stream, but this one here, which is being used by the light poles and the billboard planes, is just ever so slightly darker. I mean, just a smidgen. So if we can get those to look the same, I think that would look better. Just a smidgen, yeah. Okay. You know how long it's been since I heard anyone other than me using a skosh? I use it all the time. Yeah. So either skosh or smidgen. Yeah, I use that. I use those terms all the time. Oh, it has to be darker? See, I was thinking the other way. So, whichever, and again, this is, whatever, what I'm noticing as far as you either need to make this darker, which I don't think. I like, honestly, this is just my opinion. And chat, you can feel free to chime in too. I almost feel this level of darkness, the way this shadow is here in comparison to this one, I like this better in comparison to this one. If that's what you're trying to allude to, Torch. If what you're saying, if what I'm understanding right, you want to make the shadow fence as dark as this, I think it would be the other way around. I would make this shadow the same level of grayness and whatever as this one. That's just my opinion. I think it would give that level of shadowness, I guess, as far as, have that opacity, to have some, that showing through, as far as the what's underneath it, I guess, if you will. The texture that it's casting onto. Yeah. That and again, that's just my approach. Whichever direction you decide you want to go, that's up to you. But I think, honestly, in my opinion, this level of grayness or dark or whatever you want to put it is better here. And I think to make this, which would be this texture, the same, as opposed to going the other way as far as making this as dark as that. Your choice, but I think that's my thoughts on it. Overall, though, I think this is looking great. Now, what I haven't seen as of yet, I know you talked about it, and I don't know if you've considered to do it or not, but I think in turn 1, the way that shadow casts over here, I think, and again, you can correct me if I'm wrong, I know you were talking about putting some shadowing on the 3D medallions of the walls. And I don't think you've done that just yet, and whether you still are considering to do that. I think it was in turn 1 though, turn 1 and 2. I gotta go over here and look and see now. So as it stands right now, we have just this over in here, but we don't have the casting of the 3D medallion as far as off the wall there. So are you still considering to do that? I mean, it would be, I don't think it would take anything away from, but it would be a huge impact to have that little piece that is sticking out from the top of the wall to cast as shadow. And I think you were considering as far as doing that in a separate piece. Yeah, you haven't done it yet. Okay. I was just wondering if you were going to still do that, because I know you had talked about that. It's just those finer little details that's going to be insane as far as how much level details have been in that. So, because even as it stands right now, if you didn't even think about it right off the bat, you'd be like, oh, okay, there's shadowing from the fence. You wouldn't probably even think about there being that little bit of a shadow, I guess, coming off of this. So, and really, when you consider, I guess, as far as how the shadow of the wall is being done here, it would probably have to be right there, right? So as far as coming off that, it would have to be, and how far you would stretch that out, I guess, as far as what it would be coming right off of the shadowing of the wall here. And I think this here, is, you know, as we continue to go through this all, this is a light map. This is not model, this is a light map in comparison to the other shadowing that I've shown. So that would come down to adjusting the texture for that, but not getting it to repeat all the way across, you know, where that texture is being applied. So you have the means as far as applying a texture segment for those particular areas to apply that. I think I've already explained that. But you do have that option in your, in fact, we can kind of look at that here real quick. So if we look at, let's take a look here. So let's say, for example, if we were going to apply this, let's take a look at this. So if we go where this light map is applied, which would be roughly right there. Right now it's on the asphalt, so if we switch this over to the light map, and then go back a level or two. Oops, I went the wrong way. We gotta go this way. There we go. So there's the light map for that shadowing. So this texture that's being used, which is the Shade Fence A, which would be in the track mat folder. Let's open that up there just to see what it looks like. If we go to the track mat folder, actually got to get to the track edit folder. Navigate there real quick. Oh, for crying out loud, I went back too far. Okay, we'll go to here, go to the track edit folder, which is this one here, and then go into the track mat and then look for that texture, which is this one right here. So this is the light map that's applied to that. So you can see how this is done, right? So you've got this, you know, where the wall shadow, and then for the fence. In one of these, you can do one of two things. You can make a separate texture based on how this is designed and have the medallion shadow coming off that wall part of it, or you probably have to do that anyway. But the way you apply it to the track, yeah, you would have to have a separate texture for that. Leave this one the way it is, and then make a separate texture with the medallion shadow on it. And this goes for anybody that just needs the clarity on it. And then you could add a text seg to it. So in this case here, where are we at? So we at the beginning of that. I gotta go back and look in the track overview here. So we're on the very first. Let me zoom out here a little bit. I got to see where that actually starts and where it ends. Because we should have the ability, that's what I wanted to point out here, we should have the ability to add a segment to that. Hold on, let me go back. Nope, so we don't have any shadowing there. We do have, that's where it starts right now. Okay, cool. Interesting. You know what? Now that we're into this, I think what you do have to do is unlock the geometry. I think that's why it's not letting me add. Let me do that real quick. But this is the texture that is putting that light map to that. So in order to apply a separate text seg that would have that shadowing for the medallion, you'd be able to add that segment. But I think what you do have to do, one of the prerequisites here is to unlock the geometry to the track. Let's do that. So we'll go here outside the track, unlock geometry, and then we should have that option to that. You do want to be careful with unlocking the geometry though at any point there. You can, if you get into the X sections and start shifting those around by clicking around inside of this, you can screw your, you can mess up your height segs. You want to be careful with that. Alright, so let's get back into here. We'll go back to the right, find that. So there it is. Now, why is it not giving me the option to add? That's super weird. Why is that not giving me the option to add a text seg to that? Okay, so it's not. That is weird. Okay, let me go back to, so what I was trying to show, maybe you can't do it to light maps. Now that I think of it. It's been a while since I've had to apply light maps. Let me go back to the base texture. So in this one, for example, if we go to this one here, why is it not letting me add? I think you can only do that on W sections, now that I think of it. So yeah, you wouldn't have that option. I see what your conundrum is now towards what we talked about a while ago, as far as not being able to apply. So at this point, yeah, so what I was on the brain with is you can only apply texture segs to W sections. You can't do it to F sections, unfortunately. So therein lies the conundrum. This is why I had to go through the motions just to kind of clarify. It's definitely been a while since I've had to apply a light map, but that gives you some idea of what's involved with that. So if you wanted to have a means, I guess, to put a shadow for that medallion, and you didn't necessarily want it to repeat, that is a little bit of an issue. I guess I see what your problem was. So I think you were considering towards, I guess, as far as to apply that as a shadow plane, and just add that to what's already being applied to the shadow map here. So in other words, leave this the way it is, and just apply a separate shadow plane, I guess, as far as that depicts this separately. That would be a pain in the butt. I can understand that. Because if you were to apply it directly to this, the texture like this, there's no way to text seg that, and when that shadowing, wherever you put that in here, is going to repeat all across where that's applied in a segment. And it may put, it would, in that case, it would end up putting shadows for that medallion in places that it doesn't need to be. So therein lies the conundrum. I see, by going through the motions of what would be involved with how to apply that, I can see what your conundrum was. Right. So if you model that, as much as that would be a pain, you would have the 3D model of the track itself to be able to put that into position in comparison to where this is all at. So whatever approaches you decide, I know what I would do, right? So I'm just running through the motions of what I would do. You would have the geometry of the track to include these medallion pieces, I guess, as far as on top of the safer, which is all geometric, into 3D Max, right? And you'd be able to model where that is at. And you would have to do those much the same as you did the medallions in the first place. Much the same for the shadow. You'd have to do much the same progress. Now, with all that being said, there's only going to be, it's not going to be for like every medallion, right? So it'll be mostly just for here, wherever you got shadowing that's casted on the track in this fashion. So that set, this set, and then maybe a little bit on the backstretch. Let me see here. So we got shadowing all coming through here. Right there. So you got 3 sets of medallions so far. So that wouldn't be too bad. And then you've got some here too. So you got a few sets of medallions that you'd have to apply it to. Yeah, so there's a set right here too. So you got 4 sets. So there's one there and one there. And by sets, I'm doing them in 2s. And then what about over here? So it fades out going into 3. So you got at least 4 sets that you would have to make them for. At least. Yep, so I can definitely understand your conundrum. You wouldn't have to worry so much on this one here, because you're not going to see that. So most of the shadow that's on this backstretch wall is going to be from this concrete wall, and not the safer on the track side. So any medallions that you have for shooting the safer on this side, you wouldn't have to do that. The shadow would, because it would be, now if anything, you would have shadowing coming off of this onto, say, this side of the concrete. Whether or not you decide to do that, that's totally up to you. That would add a phenomenal amount of detail, I guess, as far as shadowing goes, but that is something, I guess, to think about. And whether you do it or not, I don't really think it's going to take that much away from it. Definitely from what I've seen Racer James doing with LaCrosse, it's just like, holy crap. I mean, it's just, when you actually do apply it, it's like, it's a wow factor, that's for sure. But anyway, that's just some things to think about. So at minimum, I feel you would have these 4 sets that I've already pointed out to have to apply that modeled shadowing, I guess, as far as for the medallions on the outside walls. Yeah, so that set on the back strut, that one there, that's 2, and you got 2 over on the turn 1 side here. So 1 here in the apex, that's 3. And then this one here. Yep. And like I've already mentioned, I know for me, as far as the approach that I would take to it, whichever approach you decide to take, that's let us know. Right. Same with the fencing. As far as what I was talking about the backstretch there, as far as how that casts. Yep. So just a little, and again, you can go really, you could really just go bonkers, I guess, as far as with the level of detail. Same thing I'm sure that Racer James is considering with the amount of information that we have for in and around LaCrosse, the picture reference that we have, that he has anyway, as far as to go ham, I guess, as far as on the detail on it. You do get to the point where it's just like, where's enough? When is enough? You know, as far as the detail goes. When you get to the point where it starts dragging down the optimization of the track, the drivability of the track, and so on, that's your first clue. But also, it's just like, how much time more that you want to put into it. You know, so it does come down to that work ethic, I guess, as far as that. Especially when you have the ability to know how to do it. It's just a matter of, do I want to take the initiative, I guess, to go ahead and do it. But then it can come down to be considered being lazy if you don't do it. So there's all kinds of things, I guess, to consider from the modeling standpoint. LaCrosse is a bit exaggerated. Got to get rid of stark white walls. Are you talking about on LaCrosse or Texas here, Racer Game? You need to put a cutoff point somewhere. Oh, absolutely. And that's the only point that I was trying to make there, Torch. At some point, you just have to say, okay, that's enough. Because you can definitely go bonkers with the levels of detail on any of these track builds. And rather it be something as Texas here, which is much bigger than LaCrosse. You could probably put LaCrosse inside of this one here easily. So regardless of the size of your track, you know, just how much detail do you apply to it. I think some of the more prioritized type of detail that you want to put in there, and I've already pointed that out earlier, is, say, for example, the amount of shading and the seams or whatever for the safer on both sides. That level of detail, I think, is a must. That shouldn't be skimped on. And that's just the way I think about that. So all this other detail that you've got in here, even though you can't see a lot of it, depending on which camera perspective you go to, what I consider is, like, if I was to put a camera right on this wall, for example, you're going to see all that detail as far as behind that safer. And I want that to look good. You know, if I did consider to put a camera angle there, for example, that's what I always consider. If I was to put a camera angle there, how would that look? And some of you might tend to be wondering, sort of like, why is there so much gap in here? For a majority of these walls here, the way the track breathes from a geometric standpoint and sandbox in comparison to the sim, it brings you to that conclusion as to whether or not you need to have this amount of breathability, I guess, into that. So this is in turn 1. We've already looked at other areas like going into turn 3, and those have been adjusted throughout the build. And in most cases, it ends up just either moving the geometric safer in or out. If it's tends to call for it. So that's something we could probably keep in the back of our minds as far as to look at this this area here coming into turn 1 to see if that actually does present itself the same way as it does in sandbox. If it does, might need to adjust it a little bit. And it's very easy to do as far as that. It's not that big of an adjustment, but if it does call for it, then we'll do that for sure. But yeah, definitely from this angle you can't see any of that, which is been about 14 months working. Yeah, it sounds about right. I thought it was more than that actually, because I've got on my end here, at least anyway. I need to take this back here for a second. Take that back. I've got on my end, going through all the folders that I have. Yes, I'm still here. Don't be stopping my playlist. If I look at the folders that I have for this build alone, that's just one folder right here. That's the current. I've got going all the way back to November, October 21. I think it was July. Yeah, so July of 21 for me. July 21 for so. Obviously, you probably got more than that. And there was a little bit of a gap because I was in hiatus, I guess, as far as with the PC being out. And this is about when I came back. Actually, now that I think of it, this is about the time I came back when we got back into it. But yeah, it goes all the way back to January of 21. And then there was that little bit of a break, and then we came back in. So it's definitely been over a year. That's why I'm saying it. You might have calculated 14 months. I think it's a little bit more than that. But look at the when you look at the progress that has been made on it, as far as to get it to this level, and it's been more than drivable. It's been totally drivable, I guess, as far as way before that. I'm talking maybe even before a year, maybe about 6-7 months into the build, it was already, ready to go as far as drivability and raceability. It's just a matter of getting all these finer details with the aesthetics to it. Yeah, you were definitely being conservative. I think so too. It's probably been closer to a year and a half. Yeah, from what I've got there, from what I just showed there, it's at least it's closing in on a year and a half. Let's put it that way. Which again, it all comes down to from a modeling and modding standpoint, as far as like going into it, as far as like when you're going from scratch, that's about what you could consider. Even the hiatus that I was in, Torch was still working on things even while I was on hiatus. So even though I had a break, he was still working on things, right? It just wasn't until I got PCs working again, as far as we were able to show everything that was left off. So it was still being worked on, even as I was not able to stream it. So it's totally taken that much time, but that is definitely something to take into consideration. If you're going to do the track build of this caliber, you can expect it, I guess, to take probably about that long. You'll get the track raceable, in about half as much time for sure. But as far as to get that certain level of immersion factor, I guess, to it, it's going to take you a while. In general, white is very rare in a natural environment. Looks very cartoon. Yes, I would have to agree with that. So, and I think we kind of see that here too. And I think this is the point you were trying to make there. And this is only constructive to be considered constructive criticism at this point. The level of whiteness, I guess, as far as that's on this model wall, it's a little too cartoony. So it needs a little bit of hue to it, as far as shading. And I'm sure Torch has already taken that into consideration, I guess, for that. So yeah, like this here, it's way too cartoony. It needs a little bit of grayness or shadowing, darkness applied to that as well. And that can be easily fixed by the original texture itself. Doesn't even necessarily have to be a light map, but you could do a light map if you wanted to that. So if I think that's kind of the direction you were thinking of there, Racer James. So if you're gonna go this far with it, it does definitely behoove, I guess, as far as to add that certain level of, making sure that it fits in there. I mean, it totally does, don't get me wrong, but I think it does need that little bit of tone downness of this. It's a really nice texture, even as it sits, but it needs to be darkened down a little bit because it is on the back side, and it's not the way this is right there. It's almost like the sunlight is completely bleaching it, I guess, as far as all the way through, and that's not natural.
This is the weekend. Check out my latest single.
We got one short little ad here. Run shadows, whatever. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I think that's kind of what. Now the other since we're on the same topic, I guess, of shadowing, the thing that we don't have applied here yet is for like such things as a Sunoco sign. So again, it all depends on how much level detail you want to put to this, as far as how nuts you want to go with it. That's something else you could potentially consider, as far as putting shadowing at least onto the ground. But even to go so far as to have it casted onto the wall. Again, I don't think it would take that much away from the track, as far as if it was there or not. Just much the same as the shadowing from the medallions, but it's something to consider. And I think that can be easily done more with a model as opposed to light map. It's much the same you've done. The majority of the shadowing is here on the inside wall. So yeah, let's take a look at that other. Yeah, so the fact that you've already gone this far as versus do with some of these more other prominent structures like the score tower. Some people may tend to notice that. It's like, okay, you got a shadow here, but not there. It's like, what the heck? Yeah, it tends to get very noticeable. So again, it comes down to if you're going to do it, make sure you're keeping in mind as far as like, okay, if I apply it here, how is that going to affect everything else? So even over here, probably much the same deal. So like this sign here would have to have some type of some level of shadowing for that, and that could be done, like I said, pretty simply, I guess, as far as with a separate model texture, a model plane that has that casting of that too. There, you could probably even do a TSD. You might even be able to do in the form of like a TSD over in this area for that, and maybe even over on the other side, depending on how flat it is over here. So if it has any levels of angle to it, it might be not as susceptible. So you got lots of options as far as how that type of shadow would get applied for such structures like that. Plenty of options. Phenomenal amount of detail in here, and the fact that the track runs so smooth. From what we've tested so far, we're going to be getting into testing this one, probably as well as LaCrosse. I do have at least some new AI that Racer James has shared with me, and I have taken the liberty, as I mentioned first part of stream, to race on that one, and it's pretty fun. It's pretty fun to drive on, even with the setup that I've built on stream. I had a ton of fun with it, so I definitely want to be able to show that. So I think that's the two tracks that I want to show. There's probably going to be a lot more racing, I think, than modeling today. I am going to go over, I guess, as far as what we came to the conclusion of with the creation of the turn one stand for LaCrosse. And I think that's what I'll go into next year.
Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car! What for?
We're going to be doing that there pretty soon there, Firebat, so don't you fret. We always like to, and I'm going to do a race probably on both Texas, as I've just been going over, and also LaCrosse. It won't be a full race, but it'll be, at least a short little stint, so you can get an idea of how those tracks are performing. I know Racer James has mentioned to me that he's done pretty much a full-on race, a full-fledged race, I guess, over at LaCrosse, and he got wore out, and I can understand. The short little bouts of races that I did on LaCrosse there, it's like, whoa. Yeah, they're definitely very, very racy. What is going on there, Fire Rat? I hope you're doing well. sporting that. You got the 9-month badge. 5 months, Matt. My bad. 5 months with that. Yeah, we were just talking about earlier, I guess, as far as Twitch primes, I guess, were broken. I guess Twitch is working on some stuff there. So, yeah, I think that's been sorted out, though. I guess somewhat. What are you doing next there? Oh, the shadows. Yeah, we were talking about the shadows for, like, the... go back to that. We were talking about the shadows for, like, the Sunoco signs and that. So, yeah, I'll be interested to see as far as probably everyone else too, I guess, as far as what approach you take to that. As far as TSD, doing a model plane, or what have you, or a light map. That's gonna be interesting to see there. Pretty cool. So you can see the progress that we've got here so far, with all the new shadowing. It just adds so much to this here, even more so now, especially with all these light poles lighting up. We got the most updated texture for that shadowing now. Took us a couple attempts there, but we got it done. Yeah, so we looked at that previously. What was going on with the scored hour shadow? That's been updated. That's pretty much all I have to show, I guess, as far as for Texas here. So for anybody that did miss it there, we will be testing Texas out here, as well as LaCrosse, and a little bit later. But what I want to do is go over what we did. So even though I had to bring stream last week, I guess, to an abrupt end because of a little bit of technical issues, we did come to the conclusion some things that needed to be adjusted to what I initially put together. And one of the things being, this side here has got like a little bit of a cutout. And I did set up you can see this boolean that I've got here, potential boolean cutter for that. I also readjusted the size and the spacing of the garage doors that I was able to show. You had to shift that all over because of this cutout that we'll have to apply there. So there's a little bit of a notch out on this part here. And when you look at the picture references that we got here, you can see how much overhang is here in comparison to this end. And that's how we came to that conclusion that there's a little bit of a cutout here. So it's, when we initially measured the size of the roof, that's correct. But when you look at this perspective of how the building itself is designed, this corner would be out further here if it was symmetric, I guess, as far as with this end, this gable end, and it's not. So the fact that and we don't have a picture reference to confirm it, but when you consider as far as what we see here, as far as that the amount of overhang that's in here, there has to be a cutout there. Just exactly how far back it goes, we've kind of considered it gets to go halfway, as far as to the peak, and that's what I've got this model now designed for, in comparison to what I was able to construct last week. So what we did is this cutout here that I've got highlighted. Zoom in on that, and I'll need to adjust this cutter so that it goes past the model, so we can cut that out nice and clean on both the top and the bottom. And then that's the way our model is going to be. It's going to have this cutout here, and then that's going to give it that effect that we see in the actual picture, where it's going to have much more overhang on this end in comparison to the other end. So just to kind of give a little bit more, a lot of this I wasn't able to show on stream until now, but we do have much the way soffits and the eaves would be designed using common building practices, as far as to have a 2-foot overhang. Then you have this little wedge, I guess, as far as to accommodate, I guess, the end of the roof pitch. So you have these all the way around. I don't know if I was able to, I can't remember now. Someone remind me. I don't know if I was able to show the creation of the wedges that I created for that. And so it doesn't extend all the way through the area of the roof that we can't see. It only goes up to what we can see. And that's keeping the building optimized so its unnecessary polys aren't going to be evident. So here's the roof by itself. Let's go ahead and hide this for a second. This is the main building that we're going to do some modifications to. And here's just the roof and the boolean cutters by itself. Just to kind of give you a sense of what's going on with that. So from the gable end here, if I look at the underside of this, here, let me turn the ground plane off. Let's do that. Get some more clarity here. So let's hide that. And focus just on the roof. You can see there are no polys behind here. So all in this area here, there's nothing. It's all hollow. If I render this, it'll make it more clear. In fact, let me go ahead and hide these cutters for a moment, just to add some more clarity. Okay, so that's the first cutter, and also this one. I actually put the size in here as far as how much needed to get cut out. So it ends up being 3 foot this way, and then 13.5 foot in. So that's basically midway as far as the peak to that. So I named that cutter. That's what we discussed as far as we're all, for most that did join in on the Discord after stream ended last week, this is what we discussed, I guess, as far as what sounded feasible using common building practices as far as how much of a cutout would be there. It could definitely be further or even lesser as far as that cutout. We don't know because we don't have a picture reference to kind of determine. It just kind of made sense that it would be the halfway point, not necessarily all the way through. Because we do have a picture reference that shows this side, and from what we can tell there, what little we can tell there, it doesn't go all the way through to this other side of the roof on the gable, this gable end. So that was just some guesstimations that we made based on not having a clear-cut picture reference, I guess, as far as to say, yep, that's exactly the way it should be. Canned 16 jars of homemade salsa this afternoon. Nice. Torch has been busy, not only with the track stuff, but also cool. Lady Dad's still trying her luck, I guess, as far as with the slots and whatever. Not being too successful just yet. I think bot might still be a little bit stingy. Torch was well, cool. But Torch is kind of, the bot's kind of all over the place. It seems like, I guess. He's kind of a little bit iffy. I think he's warming up though. He's warming up to it. Yeah, so that is just to give more clarity, I guess, as far as what has been done since last stream. I was really somewhat ambitious to want to just go ahead and finish this up here, but I wanted to have something to show on stream because we do like to be a little bit creative on the streams and kind of show the processes that are involved. But that's at least to get you somewhat up to snuff, I guess, as far as with where we finished off roughly last week, where we had to cut it short. So no texture mapping or anything to that just yet. That's why I've got this open. And we're done with this here. I just wanted to be able to blow that up there to see what was going on with that shadow texture for the score tower and that approach that was taken to build that. What I do have in here, I'm using the texture that I used for the storage facility. For those that tuned in, I guess, as far as the construction of that, I'm using the same construct for a layered texture template for that. So I do have that in here, but what I'm going to use to initially map these are these color blocks just to get the areas defined. You know, so be it the roof, the sides, and so on and so forth. I'll be able to map those to the different areas here, and then I can adjust the texture later on, I guess, as far as in comparison to those color blocks, and then flip-flop that out, I guess, as far as just much the same way as we did the storage facility construction. We'll get to that later. Right now, what we want to do is focus on what we need to adjust on this model to get it looking like that. We got the, you know, at this point here, I feel like we've got a pretty good foundation for what this thing actually looks like, even with what we got here so far. So even though we don't have such aspects of these little pinnacles, I guess, that are on the peak, you still have quite a bit of I do have another picture here though, and I need to look at this really quick, of the other side of that concession stand, and it's kind of not the greatest, like this one right here, for example. Zoom in on this. So we've got some information on how that looks on the backside. So there is a separate peak that's on that backside, and this is one of the pictures that we went by to kind of determine how far back that cutout on this end here. So this is one of them, and it doesn't give us a whole heck of a lot of information, but it gives us some as far as how that other side that's away from the track looks like, and it has that extra peak, like I said. So that's one of the things that we'll have to add. And there's a couple different ways to go about doing that. Absolutely. So there's one picture, and I think there was one other picture. That's one from trackside. I think there was one other one that I can think of that showed that backside. This one here kind of does. Oops. It's kind of, whoa. It kind of does here too, but it's only this one side that we can see in the direction of the track here, not that other side that faces away from us. Really, be really nice if we could get that other gable end that has the cutout, as I've already described. That would be awesome, but kind of just working with what we got here. Let's see, you made a real hot batch also with some Carolina Reapers. Oh, hell no. Those would do a number on me. I know all about the Carolina Reapers. No, thank you. I'll pass. Yeah, so here's another up close picture of the trackside here. And that's how we've been able to get the information that we need for the size of the openings here. You can see, if you kind of zoom in here, see how much of an overhang there is here, even from this perspective. So that corner right here, if it was symmetrical with the other gable, would be like this, if it was 2 feet all the way around. So it does definitely suggest that there is that much of a cutout on that we came to that conclusion. Alright, I'm pretty sure this is a really cool picture of that too. So there's another perspective of it. See all that overhang that's there in comparison to that. That corner would be much further out if it was symmetrical with the other side. So the fact that there is definitely some type of cutout there, yeah. I'm trying to do it. Can you not see? I'm trying to do it. Alright. Let me see if I got... So that's at least 2 pictures that I can remember, I guess, as far as that we have of the back side of it that faces away from the track. And that might be all of what we had. We got car shows there. There's one here, so that's that turn 1 concession right over there. There's the storage facility we've already created for that. And Racer James has already got a majority. I think he's still probably working on it. Feel free to elaborate there, Racer James, about what the tree line. He's still fussing around, I guess, as far as with how that looks, as far as that tree line. Mostly using flat planes to make that happen. Just to kind of eliminate a lot of, using 3D models of trees, for example. Let's see, so that turn 1 concession's right over here. I was pretty sure there was one more picture, and that's why I'm kind of beefing through here. So nope, right back to that one. We're gonna leave it right on that one. So this one, even from this perspective, you can definitely tell as far as how much of a cutout there is on that, on this end, in comparison to the other gable end. So yeah, kind of using common sense, as far as to determine this being about 3 foot. If you consider this here, for this one here was 8 foot. It was 8 or 7 foot, one of the two. And then basically, if you were to take this, overlay it with this one here, you can kind of get a pretty rough idea as far as how much of a cutout there must be, based on what we figured out the size of this door was. So that's how we came up with the 3 feet. 3 feet in from where we had it, and that's why I've got the cutout for that designed as such. So it's comes in 3 foot this way, and it's 13 and a half. Did I say 13 and a half feet to the center? So it's 26 foot overall, I guess, as far as from one end to the other, I guess, as far as each gable. So it's 26 foot from here to here, 13 and a half at the center. That's the way that cutter is designed. So what I need to do to this cutter, in order to get it to cut cleanly, I guess, as far as through our model, let's bring that back here for a second. We should have the building. So to get it to cut nice and clean through this is always a suggestion when you using a cutter in this fashion, any type of cutter, anything you're using as a cutter, as far as boolean or pro boolean, to have it protrude slightly past where the actual structures that you're cutting through. So the fact that I've already got this protruding, I guess, as far as on this side and that side. I also want it to protrude on the bottom. So it gives a nice clean cut all the way through it. Otherwise, you end up with little tidbits in there that you got to clean up. So it's just a matter of setting up your cutter up properly. So we'll probably do it both on the bottom half and the top half just to make sure it protrudes a little bit. So let me go ahead and hide the roof, because we don't need that right now, and just work with our building part of it right here. Turns 2 and 4 are done finally as far as the trees. Nice. Waiting on the ground and this stuff to be done to finish turn 1 trees. Oh, so you're waiting on this one to be done to have something to put in place. Gotcha. So no pressure, right? Alrighty, guys, have a good night, and we'll see you next time. Alright, Lady Death. Yeah, so the fact that you must be getting ready for dinner. Enjoy your din-dins. Cool, just making sure I didn't miss anything. Alright, Rachel James. Yeah, so yeah, appreciate no pressure or anything there, right, Rachel James? So I could potentially get you, I guess, as far as the rough model, I guess, of that. I think we've got enough here. So to, even if I get it textured with just the makeshift texture, you would at least have something to work with as far as the size of it, right? Let's see, you use Pro Boolean to make the Score Tower Shadow model. Yeah. So it just depends on what type of what type of cuts you need to make. If they're more complex, as opposed to simple, like this one will be, it might behoove you to use a Pro Boolean. This one here, we can definitely probably just get away with using just a regular Boolean cut. I have a ton of work to do, right? And I can understand from the creation standpoint, it definitely would help to have the model itself or whatever in that position, so you know how to design the ground and where to put the trees, because getting it post fact would be a little bit rough. That's totally understandable. So now that we've shown everything that's going on with Texas build, I'm gonna go ahead and close that. We'll get LaCrosse open up here. Now keep in mind, I don't have everything that Racer James has done. I'm still relatively not updated on as far as that goes. So just a fair mention on that. It's gonna tell me when I get out of this one here if I want to save it. I do not. That's only because I went into the geometrics of this. Do not want to change that. Yeah, so Torch, you might have to remind me at some point that I want to get the other flags applied to that. That way I can either send you the PTF with those new flags or just the coordinates for those flags, and go from there. That way you can continue, I guess, as far as with what you're doing. Just let me know, I guess, as far as like that. I think probably the approach I'll take to it, just to make it easier for you, that way you can still do PTF edits if you need to. I'll send you the coordinates for those once I get them in place, and then send you the flags. That way you can just apply those coordinates to it. Because they definitely don't have the 0, because they're not built in place, right? So they're going to have coordinates. So I do already have them for the victory lane. I'll need to apply that to the big hoss as far as the US flags and the Texas flag. So just feel free to remind me, I guess, as far as at some point throughout the week, to get you that information so that you can still continue to do PTF edits if you need to, and then just apply those flags, when it's accommodable for you. I'd rather, see, I was thinking not to do the PTFs. That way, depending on when I get to it, as far as to get them to you, it might not even be. I got a lot of things going on this week, interviews and stuff like that. So if I don't get it to you, I don't want you to be stuck not being able to do PTF edits of your own, right? So it would be easier for me to just send you the coordinates for those items, which I already have for the victory lane, like I said, and then send you the flags along with those coordinates. You can apply it when it's feasible for you. Once I do get a chance to set it, because it may or may not be prior to that. But if you want to shoot me a message just to kind of remind me and be like, put a bug in my ear, if you will. Keep me honest. Alright, so we're gonna get the LaCrosse open up here. I already made that disclaimer that I do not have all that Racer James has. He's still tweaking on items. So just a fair mention to that. So go to James's folder. Go to the track edit folder. And we want to add, so we haven't added anything else since, on our end at least anyway, other than the storage. We're going to load this one up. We're going to use this as our basis for applying our turn 1 concession stand. Alright, so we got this track loaded. So this is the one that I've got, at least anyway, because as far as what we've been doing on our own end here. So there's a lot that's been adjusted on Racer James's end as far as the way the fencing is oriented and so on. He's got the flag stand in there, or makeshift one of those. So the only thing we got in here is what we've been working on. Okay, so we got our storage facility. What we need to focus on is turn 1, which is right here. This is roughly where that turn 1 concession is going to go. Now, again, this is all part of the disclaimer. The way the ground is, it's raised in this area, right? So the way we're going to place this, at least initially, is just to put it relatively on the ground. We might kind of exaggerate as far as based on the picture references that we have, how high it is, you know, based on what we can see here. But keep in mind that it's not going to be where it needs to be. Put it that way. Once I get it to Racer James, you'll be able to fine tune it, I guess, as far as the placement of that, and get it. So what I can tell from what Racer James has laid out here, you can tell it roughly goes right in this spot right there. You can kind of see that roughly 7.2 meters high. So you've already been able to determine that. What is that in feet? So that'd be 3 feet. So that's almost 21 foot. That seems high. I guess that's probably about right. 21 foot high? I guess I wouldn't think it was that high. Wouldn't, hold on. How were you able to come up with that? Did you check it on LiDAR? You probably got more of the LiDAR than I do. 21 feet though, huh? So what I consider, and this is what, you know, just from this perspective, what I can see here. This truck, for example, probably rests about 12 foot high, maybe 13 foot, right? From the bottom of the roof. Okay, so if I consider that, if I was to take this truck and put it at ground level here, yeah, that might be pretty damn close, I guess. 13 foot. So what I'm envisioning here is if I were to take this truck and put it right in front of this one here and kind of compare, where does the roof of this land, you know, as far as where the bottom of this building would be. You know, I guess that could be about right. I'm eyeballing it, so I'm just kind of drawing a line. If we drew a line, say for example, right straight across here. Here, let's do this. I got the paint program open here. We're gonna do that instead of trying to eyeball it. Let's do this. Which picture is that? That one is capture 22. All right, so let's open this up in our paint program. Sometimes it just helps to do it this way. So let's do out of those pictures. Give me a second. I gotta get to that folder. LaCrosse pics, and that's capture 22, which is 7.2 from World Zero, not from IRL ground. Okay, maybe that's what I'm just curious, just to kind of get an idea. So I'm using a guesstimation here that this is about 13 foot high, roughly, from, you know, right? So, all right. So with that, if I was to draw a line from the top of the roof of this thing, I know it's kind of skewed down, it's kind of nose diving, but if I drew a line straight across here, that's kind of why I brought this in here. I just want to humor myself, you know. And it's totally a guesstimation, but if I drew a line, how wide is that? Let's make it a little bit wider. If I drew a line from this tallest point here all the way across, like, it's kind of crooked. Hold on. Zoom in a little bit. All the way across, make it nice and straight. And I know Photoshop has much more defined options to make it nice and straight, but I can also do that here. So this is a nice straight line. So let's just consider for a second, right? That this is 13 feet. So I know what you're saying, Racer James. You're talking about from ground, from World Zero, right? Not from the track here. But this gives me some clarity. So like, let's say for example, this was 13 foot from the bottom of the tires to the roof. You can see from this line, we have probably roughly another 3 feet from this line as far as where the bottom of that building is. So that's around 16 foot, right? But that's also taking into account that the track itself is not at World Zero. So there is a little bit of elevation at this point where we're measuring to. So what I'm measuring from is from the actual track surface, which is here, up to that point, which would be 13 foot and another 3 foot there. What Racer James is taking into consideration is the fact that it goes lower than the actual track itself here. So World Zero would be different to Track Zero, right? But that gives you some clarity as far as how we come to these values, you know, using, you know, standard type of measurements, knowing roughly about how high something is in reality, right? That's kind of why I want to put that in perspective. Right. So if we had a picture, say like from the center of the infield, for example, that's going to be lower, slightly lower than the track level itself, right? So it has a little bit of elevation there, because this tends to go upwards from the center of the infield. And that's what Racer James is taking into consideration as far as coming to that 7.2. So it's going to be roughly, give or take, 21 feet from World Center to this point, right? So that's what we're taking into consideration when we do this. So with all that information that we have, we can adjust accordingly as far as for that in Sandbox to put this at the this building potentially in the proper elevation from the bottom to the from ground level in that area to, you know, where it actually sits. So we have means, I guess, to be able to apply that. Okay. A little bit more to take it. So let's get back into this. So what we want to do is adjust our cutter. And like I said, we're going to be using just a simple Boolean cut. Pretty simple cut. It's not nothing complex. So that's I do want to make adjustments on both the top edge, like this. Just make it protrude through what I'm trying to cut through, so that it gets a nice clean cut, like so. You can go a little bit more extreme, but just as long as it's not 100% level or even lower, I guess, as far as then what you're trying to cut into. Okay, so now we've got that where we want it to be. So now what I can do is choose the piece that I want to cut, which is this piece. Then I want to go, you can do it a couple different ways. You can go over to here. You can go over to here and do the compound and go through the rollouts here, or you can go this way. As far as to create, compound, Boolean. That's what, go this way. So you got the Pro Boolean and the Boolean. We're going to do a Boolean. Okay, so we already got our piece set that we want to cut. That's first and foremost. So we're already in the Boolean. Now we want to set this up to cut refine. And then we just want to pick our operand B, which is going to be the piece we cut with, which is that yellow piece. Pick our operand B, pick that, and that should give us our cut. It's that simple. Now if we're satisfied with the way that turned out, we can go ahead and get out of the Boolean. And that'll give us basically the starting of our edible poly. We'll go ahead and convert it if we're happy with that. If we're not happy with that, if you want to redo it, as far as the way it creates these other cuts, I guess, as far as to get that cut with that that Boolean cutter, then you can redo it. But if we're satisfied with it, as we are. We'll just go ahead and convert this to an editable poly. And then take out which polys we don't need from this, based on that cut. We're going to take all these out. Like so. Now we can just kind of fill that in with new polys to get that cut out there. Now if we bring the roof back, we can get some clarity, I guess, as far as how that... See, now you get, from that picture perspective we've been going by, we've got that with that amount of overhang. Just like that. That was part of the reason why we went that route. So now we just need to fill that in with some polys on the building part of it. Okay, let's hide that again. Work with only what we need. Now we can, since we don't have this texture mapped or anything as it stands, it doesn't matter where we pull our edge from. We can just grab it from here, for example. Just take an edge. The world is your oyster when it comes to that. We'll just pull it from this corner. Because once we UV map it, it's going to correct any mistexturing, if you will. So we'll just pull it from there, and then we'll snap these verts to there, and so on. We'll make sure we weld them too, so that they're not all loosey-goosey on us. So we gotta go to vertex, not edge. Snap that there. Snap that there. And then just pick another edge. We'll go from this edge, why not? Turn that off for a second. Shift drag that out. And vert snap that. Playlist. Right in the middle of that song, that's crazy. How you do that? No me text, no axe. There we go. Okay. And then to snap this one. I'm going to make sure I weld these so that they don't move on us. Once we get to, say, like UV mapping and such. Because it could tend to happen sometimes. So what we want to do... Let's get out of the snaps. We're going to go into vertex. We'll highlight that, and it's going to show I got 3 vertices are in there, right? So once we're going to go ahead and weld that so they're all nice and fused together. That's another 3, so we'll go weld. Now if we select that like this, we should only have 1. Vertex 9, vertex 8. Cool. Now these will use, if we want to adjust that somewhere down the road, we'll be able to select these and it'll move all as one unit as opposed to all individual polys. That's part of the reason for doing that. We don't need to do that right now, so we'll leave it like it is. So I do need to remove this top poly off of this one here because you're not going to see that. At this point we're just going to clean this up here and also on the bottom. Let's remove all those so you're not going to see any of that as far as in the finished model. We're only keeping polys that we are going to be able to see in the finished model. So if we bring our roof back, now we have all this that we're going to see. Now if I render this really quick, it's going to see what how we look in here. We go render setup. Oh, don't because I thought it was going to take a puke on me. Don't do that. Render. And that's how our model is going to look, I guess, as far as... It doesn't have any texture on it right now, so it looks kind of very primitive, but you kind of get the idea. You can see that the shadowing, I guess, as far as, you know, just in max here at least anyway, I guess, as far as that eave that's on there. So that's from this perspective. You can still get a sense of that cutout that's on that gable end. We turn this a little bit. I'm going to leave a little bit of that in there so we can see how it looks from this angle. There we go. So yeah, you got that perspective of that cutout that we can see definitely in our picture here, in our picture reference. Yeah, so even without having the pinnacles that are on the peak there, we got a pretty solid structure here so far. You know, as far as what size it needs to be and so on, as far as so to be able to place it even without having those other finer details to it, it's still plenty to work with there to get it in position where it needs to be without needing any major adjustments to it. Alright. So, on the bottom side here, we do not have... let me select the roof. Just to kind of show. So if I render it from this side, you'll be able to see there's no polys, there's no back facing on the inside of this here. Go ahead and render this real quick. There's no need for it because you're not going to see any of that. See? The only thing we see is just the walls that we will see. So nothing on that bottom side of the roof, for example, but we do get the soffits. Okay. Very nice. And we'll be able to, once we get it, the 3DO actually created, put it into Sandbox, we'll give more clarity, I guess, as far as, okay, what can we remove and still retain. Appreciate the drink. With that being said, I've been hydrating quite a bit today with working with the snow and all. So I'm going to take a short little break here, and I suggest everybody else to do the same. For anybody that isn't subbed to the channel, I am going to run some ads. I'm going to get into the habit of running some ads during BRB. I do have the Intra Fighters running, so if you want to participate in the Intra Fighters, I guess as far as while we're in BRB, feel free to do that. Definitely not an obligation, but it's there for your entertainment. So I'll be right back. Don't go nowhere. Did I win? I think I won. If I looked at that right, I think I won. I don't think I ever hardly win those things. I got the trident. Yeah, I'm talking about. Alright, so I had to make sure that the ads were done playing. So yeah, we should be good for a little bit for anybody that's coming in here new. Cool. Alright, we are back though. Shway. You died like 3 times? Yikes. Have I gone that long? Holy crap. I won like 3 times, so you died 3 times and I won 3 times. Wow, at least I won at something. Yeah, GG's for me. In fact, yes, for anybody that is following the channel, GG's. Yeah. Oh yeah. You'll see me how many times I click it on that one. That's funny. Alright, so what we need to do, I think, just kind of think about this. We're definitely to the stage now where we can start UV unwrapping this. So it's just a matter of where we want to put the mapping for these different parts. I can definitely keep these still separate, and for doing this. In fact, it's almost behooves, I guess, to do that as opposed to collapse it all together at this point. What I did notice, I still have this as a mesh, which we don't need to really make any adjustments, but I'm going to go ahead and apply this as a edible poly. There you go. Just to keep them all uniform in here. So that's an edible poly, that's an edible poly. So we do no longer have our cutter for our little notch here, so that's gone. What I want to do, I want to save a new scene here. So let's bring my cutters back for the doors. That's going to be the next step we're going to do before we get the UV mapping. I think that's going to help in the long run, now that I think of it. Okay, so we're going to unhide the ground plane. And I want to reset. I want to create myself a starting scene for moving forward. Is what I want to do. So from this point, I'm going to go ahead and save as new scene. Right over that one. Sweet. Alright, now this is going to be my starting point for anything that screws up. Beyond this point, we can always revert back if we need to. If you tend to run out of undos, as far as how many times we can step back. There we go. Yeah, there's that message. I knew I put a message in the bot, I guess, about the Twitch Prime account. Yeah, as far as how I have to link it. Kind of gives you a little bit of information for anybody that was interested in knowing. That's about the only information that I do have. I don't think that process has necessarily changed that I know of. And if it has, definitely let me know. Oh, Racer James came back. And you didn't miss too much. I was just creating myself a new scene save to give myself a starting point. A new starting point, I guess, as far as moving forward. So we already made our cutout there. I brought the ground plane and the cutter for our doors, which we'll need to make some adjustment to that. So we can make that next cut. So this is going to be my starting point from here. Moving forward, we made that cut, made those adjustments, saved the scene so that we have this to start from. So if something screws up really bad, which sometimes that can happen, we got this to start with again. We get too far gone with it. Alright, let's take away the ground plane again. Just hide it. I do want to make a slight adjustment to these cutters, much the same way that I did the cutter for this part. I want to just overextend those on the bottom, right, so that we can have a nice clean cut through the bottom of our building piece, the gray area. Highly suggested that you do that, and it doesn't matter if you've got this in a edible mesh or not. You can do it either way. That's all it's going to be served for as a cutter. It's going to go away once you use it, so whether you use it as an edible poly or edible mesh, it doesn't really matter. Alright, so we're going to grab all those verts on the bottom half and just bring them down just a little bit, like so, just to overextend the piece that we're trying to cut into, so we get a nice clean cut all the way through, just like we did the previous cut. Okay, with that done, now we need to cut select the piece that we want to cut, which is our building. Got that as an edible poly, and go through the same motions here. We're going to go create, compound, boolean, and we should have pretty much the same settings that we had for the previous cut. Okay, so cut, refine, do our pick operand B, choose our piece that we want to cut with, and there we go. If we're satisfied with the way that turned out, doesn't look bad at all, then go ahead and untick that. And that gives us what it's going to look like with that cut in there. So you're always going to end up with a little bit of wonkiness here. And I kind of showed that, I think, in a couple streams ago. I guess as far as don't... I forgot what I said now. Someone might have to remind me. Don't hit the boolean again. I think that's what it was. And I think I just did that. I did exactly what I said not to do. Is to hit the boolean again. So if you're satisfied with what you have here, just go ahead and let me back this up here for a little bit. just so I can prove my practice what I teach. So we still got it as a boolean. Let's go back again. There we go. So we got our cutters back. Let's get out of boolean. There we go. So we're right back to where we started as an edible poly. What I did come to the conclusion, and I think I made a clip of this actually. Now I'm gonna look and see if I did. Now I gotta prove it to myself here now. Just give me a second. Uno momento. So we're gonna go to my clips. And I do have it on the YouTube channel, I think, too. For anybody that doesn't know. I'm pretty sure I did. Let me double check here. Let me put this in a new tab. We're gonna go check it out. We're gonna go do some YouTube in here for a second. Because not only is it beneficial for me and anybody else that wants to use this, but it's for everybody, right? So let me go to the fact that I need a little bit more. I need more subscribers, I guess, is to be more discoverable, I guess, on YouTube. So if y'all can help me out on that, I'd be very much appreciated. All right, so here we are on YouTube channel, and what we do have in here, I did post, and I need to double check to see that I did do that. Yeah, I did not. I don't think I did yet, but I think it's in the Twitch clips. I need to do some work on my YouTube channel to get these things applied. Did I put it on the splines? Let me check it here. So we do have Spline Designs has a feature channel. So regardless if you come to the Splines YouTube or if you come to the Rock Nation YouTube, I did not put it up on here yet. It does not look like I did. So that's something I need to put on my bucket list. So we're gonna go to our Twitch clips here. I need to get that up on the YouTube there. So I'm pretty sure I did make a clip of that. So I'm gonna go to that here real quick. All right, we need to go to my Twitch. Let's go into the same channel y'all would do. Give me a second. You go into my channel. That's what I need to do. I've been going to Deuces quite a bit there, so it's in my history. Go to my channel, and you do have the ability on here. And I know it's a little bit. It's very different than it is on. And you do have the ability on here. I know it's a little bit. I need to mute that for a second. Otherwise, I'm getting a little bit of reverb. So, why is that like that? Twitch, what are you doing? Anyway, so we're on my channel. If you come in here to videos, that is weird how it's doing that. That's crazy. Anywho, we're currently streaming right now. You can go down here into clips, right? So I should have one in here, or that right here. Did this one that's from last month. I guess I didn't think it was that long ago. Anyway, so here's the clip that I created on the channel. I need to get this over to the YouTube channel. Get it more discoverable. But I gotta unmute this here. So this is where I go over. That gets rid of the boolean, brings it back to an edible poly. Yeah, we gotta rewatch that. When the button that's green, that's boolean. Don't touch that again. Go into your rollout. I guess as far as where it's still listed as a boolean here, and then convert to edible poly. And then that gets rid of the boolean, brings it back to an edible poly. That's why I created that clip, just to kind of remind myself of what the process was there. So I knew it had something to do with the boolean button. That's what I needed a clarification on. So that's what you don't want to do is re-click that boolean button that's green. Go into your rollout instead, so that way it doesn't create that that nasty cut. So kind of went against what I said, I guess, as far as with making. We already removed that poly that created that cut across the top of the building, so it didn't really hurt us that much. So, but the fact that we got that wonky cut, I guess, as far as by hitting that boolean again to get rid of the boolean, don't do it that way. As far as just go to the rollout and switch to edible poly if you're satisfied with the results of your cut. Alright, so let's go through the motions here again. So we select our piece we want to cut. So we're going by just what we aim to find with the clip there, right? So go to Boolean. So we'll have all the parameters from our previous cut. Cut, refine. Operand B is going to be the piece you cut with. Go like that. Now, don't hit this again. Go to your rollout. If you're satisfied with what you've got here, and then choose as edible palette. That will eliminate that nasty cut, because it's basically applying the Boolean again. In addition to, that's why you get those funky cuts like that. So that's just a little bit of a tip, I guess, as far as when it comes to applying either a pro Boolean or a Boolean or a pro Boolean. Don't hit that button again, I guess, as far as that's the highlighted green after you do your cut. Go into your rollout here and switch it to your edible mesh or poly once you're satisfied with your cut. That way it'll keep these nice and clean. So we don't need to remove these, right? We want to keep these. These are the areas that are going to be used to texture a door onto, so that we can potentially, just like we did with the storage facility, we have the option or the potential to make those doors open or close. So at least this is going to create an area to texture a door to without needing to apply it to the texture. And again, much the same as the storage facility that we've already done. Okay, so that turned out pretty good. We got these cutouts here for the doors. And that's just going to give us more options here to be able to texture map that now. And so going back to this, we don't need this anymore. I think we showed what we're trying to prove there. Close that. We don't want to save that. So I'm going to initially start with just the color blocks, like I said. Just to get different areas of the model mapped to different areas of the of our final texture. So color blocks, either using a checkered pattern or even just simple color blocks like I've got here, whichever method you want to use. Some do tend to, and I've used them before in the past too, to use a checkered pattern, kind of get the alignment from one side of a building to the other to make sure that they're nice and lined up. That's an approach you can take there to make sure the orientation is correct. If you want to put like arrows into these different areas here to see if that is oriented top, in the proper orientation on the poly, you can do that too. I'm just taking the simple approach of just using simple color blocks is all. Okay. So with all that said, we want to put the doors, I think, I'm trying to remember how I did the storage facility. I think I put the doors roughly in this area. Yeah, so we'll put those doors roughly in the same area right now. Just for starters. So we'll go, let's get out of this. So for this whole model, I got the whole thing selected here. I'm going to apply a UV unwrap. Now we got the modifier applied to that. Now we can go, and I don't have a texture applied to this yet, so I got ahead of myself. Hold on. Let me remove this. Let me do it this way first. I like to apply a texture to it first before that. That way I know the material is going to apply to the model prior to the UV unwrap. That way the conformity of your texture that you're trying to apply to it is going to be proper as far as when you apply the UV unwrap. So let me do that first. Let's go here, and I don't have a texture yet, so I'm going to go ahead and create one in our 3ds folder for our concession stand. Let's go ahead and do a layers merge all flatten. File, save this as turn 1 concession as a bitmap for now. Where's my bitmap option? Bitmap right down. We do this as a bitmap for now. We can always add that transparency to it if we so desire, just like we did with the storage facility. But for now, I at least want to have that. Now I'm going to back this up and get my layers back. Now I should have, did that right? We should have a bitmap for that. Now this is what we'll be able to apply to our model here in Max. So we'll go to our material editor. So, and we'll create a material. So as it stands right now, I have the ground plane and those others. So I'm going to put it in this sphere. Yeah, we'll do it this one. We've got the ground plane in this one here, and we use these for just the other colors. So the gray and the roof colors first to add a different color to that to add some contrast. We'll put it in this sphere. Okay, and then we're going to choose standard. Okay, and you don't necessarily have to, but I'm going to take the approach to name this as building, so I know what texture this is. That way when I look in my... Oops. Holy mackerel, what was I typing? That's some kind of Russian or something, I don't know. There we go. Alright, so I'm just going to name that building, so that it just, for me and my purposes, it'll give me more clarity of what I got going. So this one's ground plane, this one's the building. These two are just... Hold on, oh crap. I'm getting too clicky, I guess. It's just giving me more information. If I wanted to name these, I could do that. Like this currently is the roof. I think this one I'm using for the building. I'm going to be applying this one right here. And now we want to go into diffuse and choose that texture we just created. So we need to navigate to that folder. That's going to be right here. Oh, my bad. No, it's not. Nope, nope, nope. Wrong one. We gotta go here. Mesh, LaCrosse items, session, 3ds, and we need this guy. Okay, and then we'll go ahead and physically apply it. And it's going to be wonky, and that's to be expected. Okay, and then we can set the level. That's all we need for now right now. So now we've got a texture actually applied to what we're trying to UV unwrap. Now from here, now we can apply the modifier. And then go into here. Now that we've got that populated, we can choose that from the pull down, that texture we just applied. Let's just reorient this. So here's all the wire to what the model, the piece of the model that we're trying to apply texture to. All right. Now let's go. You can go individual polys like this. So this will be this front or back side, depending on how you look at the way this building is constructed. We're going to say this is the front. So we selected that poly, and then we want to do probably just a quick planer on that. This should be fine. That's going to put it within that constraint of where the texture is, and then from here we can size it up. So I know I was going to do the doors, so I think for this part we'll make the non-doors, I think, the pink. I think we had a lot of that based on how we did the storage facility. I think that's what we had that at. So let's do this. And we'll put all of that, for now, in this spot. We can choose whatever spot we want. If we want to put it in the blue, we can do that. Or we can redo the textures first. We got different orientation of the blocks. For now, I'm just going to put it right there. Just to have it somewhere to put it. Might end up adjusting it as we go, but for now that's where that's going to go. So that's going to be pink. And then these individual doors, we'll do these one at a time. So there's that poly. We'll do a quick planer on that. That's going to put it within the constraint of the texture. Size that down. Put that right over in this area. And most of these, all these doors, we'll probably end up putting in the same spot. So we'll be able to have one that's trans and one that's not, at least potentially. I might be thinking a little bit ahead, but that's kind of what I... Oh. Okay, do we have... Hold on a second here. Why is there... Oh, that's just the way... it's freaked me out there a little bit, so it's just the way I got the selected poly. So it's the poly selection there. It's actually going beyond... I guess that was... I thought maybe it cut a little bit weird, but I guess not. So let's go to the next door. So that's going to be that blue where we put that. Okay. Stop again. Oh, I might have too many tabs open. Hold on a second. I think I do. Okay. It's using a lot of freaking RAM right now. Hold on a second. I gotta free up some resources. Give me a second. I'm gonna leave that there so I know to get that onto the YouTube channel. I've been meaning to do that, I just haven't gotten to it yet. It is on the Twitch channel though. Sure. Yeah, let me close some of these tabs out here. There we go. That should be a little better. Alright. Did I lose anybody? Hopefully not. Everything running smooth. I get a little bit anxious anymore to make sure that video doesn't freeze up or anything like I did last time. Okay. Alright, good deal. Alright, so we're on to the next door. And that should show up in here. We got that one highlighted. We'll go ahead and do a quick planer on that one. So I think what I will do at this point, I'll apply some grid snaps. So I'm going to add a little bit of padding to this. I can snap it to this other one that I already placed. Good deal. Alright. Y'all checking to make sure that still everything's still okie dokie. There we go. That's a good way to do it. Alright, so what I'm going to do is apply a grid snap and then go into vertexes here. That way I can snap these individual verts right to that. Oh, I got some rogue verts in here I see too. What the heck? Interesting. No problem though. I think what we can do, let's deal with these first. We can snap these individually right to that. Go. One at a time. There we go. So apparently we got some rogue verts in there for some reason. We might be able to clean those up later, prior to applying our texture. I don't know how we acquired that, but I noticed them in here too. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay. I'm going to continue with this process here for now. Not sure how that happened. Anyway, go to the next door. That. And go back to editor. So that one's selected. Right there. We'll do a quick planer. Form it to the texture. Looks like the Simpsons house. Does it? With the doors on the front like that? I don't know, I guess I haven't looked at the Simpsons house in a while, so if I got it on grid snaps, I'm going to go to verts. Yeah, I got the same problem here too, I see. We're going to get the corners first. So what I'm doing is just snapping these so that they're all straight on top of each other. And it doesn't have any wonkiness about it, so it looks like that. It's got even more rogue verts in it. I don't know what's up with those rogue verts. Interesting. But we want to get those snapped all in line with each other. Ooh, I missed this one here. There we go. Good deal. There's that door. I've got one more door left for now. Now I know there's additional doors on the back side. I'm not going to worry about those just yet. Not just yet. We're just working out what we can see from this perspective for now. Okay. Alright, so we got this door. Bring up the area like that. So that should be selected right there. Go ahead and do a quick planer. Form it to texture. Oh, what the heck happened there? Hold on. Control Z. Something goofed it up there. Oh, that didn't go well. Let's go with this. Planer. What happened there? Hold on a second. Control Z, Control Z. What in the heck did you do there? Huh? What's going on there? Why did it do that? Hold on a second. Quick planer. Why is it doing that? That's freaking weird. Why is it doing it on that one? That's unexpected. That's that door. I don't know why it's doing that to that. Let's try a different mapping. Let's do normal map. That was freaking weird. I don't know why it did that on a quick planer, but anyway, let's try a normal map. Sometimes that's what you might have to do. Yeah, that was totally unexpected. Okay. So there's more than one way to skin a cat. I see that vert got unsnapped there. We'll re-grid snap that, that's not a problem. Okay. Yeah, so if quick planer doesn't work, I guess you can go to the different map. Flat mapping would have probably been fine too, because it's only got the one face to it. But I went with normal mapping on that to get that. Okay. Get vertex. Got the grid snaps on. Man, what is with all these rogue verts here? That's crazy. Don't know what's up with that. Those all snap though. Let's get the corners. I don't know what's up with these rogue. And I call them rogue because they shouldn't be there. Wow. That's super strange though. We'll have to see how, once we get our texture applied to that, how that actually presents itself. Because if it ends up screwing that up, we're definitely going to have to go in there and clean up these rogue verts. I kind of feel those are going to mis-skew any texture that we want to apply to this. Yeah, we definitely shouldn't have all that. We're going to get these roughly into position here like that for now. I think we should have the ability, once I collapse the mapping, to just get those out of there. Thinking we should be able to remove those. I'm hoping so. Alright. There's the doors in that area. Now let's get this side. And I'm going to grab all of these right here. This is all one side. And we'll put that in the pink area as well, the magenta, or whatever we want to put that. Editor. That's all that. Quick planer on that. And we're going to put that. Actually, we could put these on the yellow. We'll call those the gables. Yeah, let's do these as the gables right here. I'm going to put that right here for now. We can always move this around as we put this together, especially as we put texture for these different sides. I guess I'm just, at this point, I'm just trying to add clarity, I guess, as far as, okay, this is front and back, I'll put it in the pink area, and then the gables I'll put on another area. And just add some clarity. I could definitely still put it all in the pink area if I wanted to. I'm just gonna see what kind of result we get here, I guess, once we get done here. This would be the other gable. Okay. That, and then go to verts, and then we'll grid snap those. So this one doesn't seem too bad. As far as the rogue verts in there. Uh-oh. Not snapping. There we go. There we go. And this keeps it all nice and clean in the UV map. You don't have them like all fan folded type of thing. It's all nice and uniform on one set of faces on top of the other. So let's do the other side, this side here. We'll do this one magenta, at least for now, to see what kind of layout we get. So again, we'll do the quick planer. We'll put this in the pink area. I almost feel, if I do it this way, hold on, I'm going to actually move this up a little bit. I can make room for this underneath it. This is just one approach I think to it. I could probably, since we're probably not going to consider any AO bake, but I'm kind of almost in the same realm considering AO bake, keeping them separate like this. So if I was to put them both on top of each other, say like this, I might get a different result for AO bake if I was to apply it. This is some of the things I think about as I'm UV unwrapping this. Definitely, if you're going to take the approach of UV unwrapping, you'll want to keep the majority of your not so light pieces separated from each other, so you don't get a erratic type of AO bake, you know, as far as your shadowing, as far as when you apply AO bake. Not 100% sure if I will apply AO bake to this or not, but I am kind of somewhat in the back of my mind keeping it in consideration. All right, so we got all that done. So the only thing we haven't done is the roof. So let's do that part of it next. What else do we have? Do we have any polys left in here? We do not. So we got all the polys accounted for. We don't have anything sitting out here, so that's good. Now we'll do the roof. And we'll apply the roof, obviously, to the same texture. Now, because we got it in the scene here as a separate piece, you'll have to UV unwrap that separately. That's maybe somewhat of an advantage or disadvantage, because as far as not collapsing it at this point, you just have to keep in mind, as far as if you've got separate pieces in your scene, you got to apply not only the texture that you want to apply to it, but the UV unwrap separate from any other pieces that are in the scene. Okay, so we want to apply this same texture to the roof, basically like that. All right, then we want to apply the UV unwrap. We're going to go to the poly level, and I think I want to do. Crap, wrong button. I want to do these two sides separate. So I'm going to do this one first. Go into the edit screen. We got to make sure bring our texture in like that, and then we got that selected. We do a quick planer, and we want to put the roof. What have we not used? I think I'll just make that the dark blue, because we can either go the green or the dark blue. We'll just kind of our oyster here. So what we haven't done yet is the gables. So the gables I'll put in the green, and the roof sides we'll put under the blue. Yeah, I think that's the approach I'll take. And that's not a final positioning, I guess, as far as for the mapping, but that's just the initial. Nothing else. Let's do this. We may have been able to move that. For now, I'm going to do this. That one right there. So there's the dark blue. Let's apply it to the model there. Same thing for this one. Do a quick planer. And the other possible disadvantage of doing it this way, with having the separate pieces in the scene, you won't have where everything else is mapped. So any other pieces that you have in the scene that are mapped in different areas, you're not going to have that. We'd have to go back into that piece to see where that's mapped in order to determine. So possible other disadvantage, depending on how you look at it. Doesn't really bother me too much, but for anybody else that's doing it, may or may not. Alright, so this, yeah. What I want to do is grid snap this on the vertex level. Turn that grid snap on.
Turning and turning in the winding gyre. The falcon cannot hear the falcon. Things
Like that. So now we got that one nice and conformed.
anarchy is loosed
So
upon the world.
now the other question becomes, do I want to make,
The ceremony of innocence,
because I've got so many facets to this, so we got the fascia, got these wedges, you got the gables, do I want to put these in different areas of the texture or not? So it won't really become more obvious, I guess, as far as once we start trying to apply texture to it. as in order to determine. So probably something else I think of at this point would come down to collapsing the whole thing there. So do I want the whole gable to be one texture as opposed to separate? That's something I didn't necessarily take into consideration up until now. So this is kind of what we are at the point of being able to say, do I want that to be nice and uniform from top to bottom, that to include the gable, even though this is in a separate piece as compared to the building part of it itself, right? So for now, what I'm going to do, since we got these two still separate, I'm going to select the gable, it's these two here, and I'm going to put it in the same area as where I got the yellow. So those should be two selected right there. So we do a quick planer. Okay, and we know we've got this in the yellow, right? And again, it comes down to what I was saying. Don't know where we actually mapped the building part of it. So do we want to just guesstimate that for now? I think what I'm going to do is put this over here. Right? I'm going to go back into this here and see where I got that map. Bring in the UV edit window for that. So we took up pretty much this whole thing. What I'm going to do, I'm going to make a little bit of adjustment here. I take these two polys, and that should have got the other side too. It did. And then what I'm going to do is actually resize this so I can include that peaked gable in this area. So we'll kind of half this out here like this. Okay. Now I can go back into our roof. I'm already feeling that this is not the best approach for this, as far as, you know, to make that nice and uniform. It really does come to depend on what type of texture you're going to apply to it. If it's going to be a horizontal type of texture, it may not matter. If it's going to be vertical, it might make more of a difference. You know, as far as like a pattern rib. I think the fact that we're going to be applying like a horizontal type of sheeting, sheet metal to it, it may not matter. So it really, that's what I'm taking into consideration at this point. If this is going to be more feasible to map it the way I'm doing it currently, or to have it to where it's all collapsed and I can get the entire gable as one piece, not have them separated out. Alright, let's go into here. Now we can move this piece down to here. And even though we can't see it, we know it's roughly halved out. So ultimately what it comes down to, what kind of texture you're going to apply to this. If it's going to be more, if it's going to have a vertical pattern to the texture that you are considering to apply to it, this may not be the best option. If it's going to be horizontal, it may not matter so much. So we're going to assume that we're going to put a horizontal pattern to our final texture, and we'll keep it this way for now. Just put it on this half, and at least we got that all mapped to that yellow area. Okay, now we'll go to the other side and do the same thing. Okay, and I think all these edges, whatever be considered fascia, I'll put that in a different area. So I might even put it in the green, put it over in this green area. And I'm not trying to make this complicated, but I'm trying to see what type of flexibility that I have and what I can texture where. Right, as opposed to having it all collapse down, just as I already explained with the gable ends, or not, and how that texture that I'm considering to put on it is going to actually present itself. Okay, so we're going to take this. That should be selected right there. We'll do a quick planer, and then we'll grid snap that to this area. Alrighty then. So I'm noticing a little bit of... How the heck did that happen there? We have that much, hold on. Is that not snapped right? This gives me the indication that this is probably not snapped properly on the wire level. That should be all lined up there as far as we got that little bit of a... Interesting. Oh my damn, you sure do. Look at that. Okay. So that's something we'll have to change on the model level. So once we map this, so yeah, we definitely don't have these snap properly. Yep, see that right now. That must be the same on both ends. Whoopsie, so we kind of missed that. So some of those types of things will show up, I guess, as far as when you try to map like this. So yeah, on both ends we don't have that snap. We'll fix that after we get this UV map, UV unwrap. Okay then, so we'll just get it snapped the way it is for now. Go to the vertex level. Snap it right to that. So the fact that these are going to be opposing here, not a big deal. We can just do like that. Hopefully, okay. Hold on. Hold on. We'll fix it. Zoom out a little bit. There we go. There we go. We'll fix that in the model level, I guess, as far as once we get this all unwrapped. So these verts here weren't welded together. Giving that indication. Okay, there we go. What a snap together that's going to be. All right, cool. All right, so now we're at this level. So I think, like I was saying, I think all the fascia I have on there as far as the soffits and the eaves, we'll put that all in the green. But I don't want to get too carried away this year. I think I'm going to take all of these parts and map those separately to the fascia. But ultimately, I'll end up in the green area. Just to kind of give some contrast to this. Alright, so we want to go to the poly level, grab this one. Actually, I want to get those wedge parts too, so we want to get this, and that. Okay, now we want to go to here, and quick planer that. And this is going to go in the green area right here. I'm going to keep it in this orientation. So. Right there for now. So there's the green. That to the other side. Okay. Got selected. Quick planer. Oh wow, why did I do that? That was unexpected. Okay. Interesting. Alright, let's do... Wow, I don't know why I did that. We can fix this though, that's no problem. What we'll do is get this scaled down. I don't know why I did that, that's interesting. This may be a product, with it not doing, keeping it all wonked out like this, I may not have done a reset X form. When I collapse that down, that could potentially be a product of not doing a reset X form after I collapse all them roof pieces together. That's why that might be not oriented straight when even though I did do a quick planer on it and I got this result. But I think it can still work with it. Let's see. I think it can still work with it. So we can straighten this out. What the heck? Oh, I got grid snaps on. Turn that off for a second. Hello, what are you doing? Huh? Doing that. Must be grabbing it. Why is it doing that? Why is it snapping back? I don't understand that. Goofy dang thing anyway. There we go. So now what we can do from here is actually straighten it out. We're gonna go an end at a time here. We'll go from the vertex level. Grab these. Straighten that out. Straighten that out. Straighten that out. Straighten that out. Now we'll go from each side here. Straighten that out. Straighten that out. I didn't do a very good job on this side. Let's try that one again. There we go. So we got it nice and straightened out now. Now we'll go back to poly level and get this grid snap to this one. Yeah, so it's not incredibly unusual, I guess, as far as that you'll get that result even if you do a quick planer. But like I said, it's probably more than likely a result of not resetting the X form. Not that it isn't. Oh, nice little ad. Short little ad. Looks like a really cool video, cool movie. That Turning Red. Disney Pixar. Alright. Those types of ads I don't really mind. It's there's some pretty questionable ones that I don't care to get, but that one's, I don't mind getting those. Okay. Let's get this grid snap. Alright, now we'll go to the vert level. Make sure we put the grid snaps back on. Oh wow. Why did that not grid snap? Cozy. There we go. And then a wonk out a little bit, that's okay. Yeah, so I didn't weld any of these together either, so that's another. Okay, so we got some cleanup maybe to do on the model level. Okay. See how it wonks out though? The fact that it wonks out like it does like that is the way the grid snap is based is by default how it's designed. It tends to want to snap to this outer grid of the texture shrink, not necessarily to other verts and such like that, right? That's partially the reason why it tends to want to do that, because it's trying to snap over to here, but it's going to go to the nearest thing that's closest to it, either be an edge or another vert. So depending on what you've got selected, it's going to try to want to snap initially to that, but if you don't get it close to that, it tends to want to wonk out sometimes if you're too close or too far in to the actual texture grid, which is this blue border. That's what the grid snap features technically designed for. See how it's trying to snap to that? Yeah, that's normal. That's its normal function. All right, so now we got all that. Now, this is what we got so far. Let's take a look at what we got here so far. So we got the green on the eaves. Okay, now for the fascia, and I'm going to do this all in one fell swoop here. We'll do this, that, and that. This part here I should have really included that in since the soffit there is first, the blue. But I should have did. I think I'm going to make the underside of all that green. I'll probably end up redoing that part. We'll get to that in a second. So let's do this fascia. Put that into another area of the green. Okay, so with that selected, do a quick planer. There's that result. And this one I am going to turn that away. Put that in the screen area. Something like that. And we'll do the same to the other end. This is our result so far. Okay. Let's do the other end. Now these are not, all these texture mappings that I'm doing there, these are not final, right? Just all depends on what type of texture we're considering to apply to it. Will determine whether or not these items will need to get retextured, you know, as far as for now, it's not looking too bad to me. Alright, let's do, got that all selected. Let's do a planer on that one. Same thing on this one, we'll go ahead and turn it. That could snap to where we put the other one. This one's going to be a little bit more of a pain because it's got a lot more verts to it. So I'm going to give it plenty of padding. I want to be able to select those verts. And by padding, I'm just not trying to line it up perfectly. Initially putting this in place. Okay, so we go to the vert level. Yeah, this should work. That one there. That one there. There. Whoa, what the heck are you doing there? Zoom out a little bit. Oh. Ah, you dirty rats. I'm probably in too far. I gotta sneeze so bad. It's like, it keeps making my eyes water. Come on now. Control Z. Back. Select it. Oh, I had it. Crap. Hey, gummit. I get it. Ah, you dirty son of a gun anyway. Shoot, what did I do? Crap, I don't know what I did. I might have pushed something. Dang it, I get it on there and I move it. Come on, you piece of crap. See if we zoom in further. Oh, I definitely don't like that. Son of a gun anyway, come on now. See, this is what it's trying to do. It's trying to snap to that. It don't, yeah. This is normal, actually, but it sucks when it happens. Come on, just snap there for crying out loud. I don't want to snap at all. Come on. You dirty, rotten thing, you. Okay, let's do this. We'll do a Control Z. I'm going to get it a little bit closer without having the grid snap on. Sometimes this helps too. Dirty, rotten thing, you. Turn it back on, reselect it. Ah, I had it too. Dang it. Stupid thing, anyway. You're really starting to get on my nerves. Okay, let's try this one. It needs to go there. Oh, man, I had it. Son of a... Come on, man. Turn it back off. It's trying to do its normal function, which is to snap it to that outside grid. See, I get it, and then it moves. Son of a gun. There we go. Leave it alone. Nice. All right. Try these now. Dirty rotten thing here. All right, so yeah, I'm gonna end up having to clean it up. So we got some adjustment to make on the model level, as I already mentioned. So there's that. Let's get all of that. Whoa, I didn't do that right. Didn't do that right. Holy crap, this thing is... What are you doing? Come on a little bit. Oh my god, this thing is not happy at all. Alright, let's try this one. Oh, this thing is so unhappy right now. Come on, you can do it. There's that one's good. Come on. You dirty, rotten thing, you. Maybe. Maybe it's too drunk. That's the problem. Come on, get there. Z. Alright, I'm going to move this without the grid snap. Get it a little bit closer. Sometimes that helps. Reselect the grid snap. There we go. That's better. Holy crap. Alright. Next, we're going to try this again. Let's do it over here. I'm going to take the grid snap off, get it closer to it. Okay. There we go. Let's try it this way. Grid snap. Oh my goodness, this thing is so angry right now. Okay, that one's good. Oh, wrong thing. Wow, look at how angry this thing is. It's so angry. Try this again. I mean, I'm not mad at it because I know it's trying to do what it's designed to do, which is to snap to this outside grid. It's not, its main function is not to try to snap other birds, right? I'm definitely not angry with it, but it's like, it's so frustrating though sometimes. Alright, let's see if we can get a little bit closer. Where do we need to, no, that's not what I want. There we go, let's try that. Turn the grid snap back on. Oh, I think we got it. Cool. Leave it alone. There we go. So there's ways around it. Sometimes you just gotta work with it a little bit. It might be. Maybe it's cranky. I don't know. There we go. I think we got it though. We do have some cleanup to the actual model level, I guess, of this too, because there's some of this is still not because of that offset of that peak. So we'll have to fix that once we get it fixed on the the model level. Once we get this out, so we're almost. Let's finish up with our UV unwrap first before we do that. Okay, so now this is what we got. And what I noticed here so far is I didn't put a ceiling on this one here from the model level. That's a little oversight on my part. Okay. So this is hollow right there. Not a problem. We'll be able to fix that on the model level. Okay, but yep, we got both the soffits on the gable ends there done. Sweet. Now let's go do this side. We'll do these one at a time. So we'll do this one here. And does that go all the way across? I think it does. Yep. Yep. Cool beans. So let's go ahead and wrap. So that one's there. We'll do a quick planer. And let's go ahead and rotate it this way. We'll put that right in between our soffits and the other fascia. Okay, so probably don't need it this wide though. Something like that. Something like that. Cool. I think you all get the idea, right? Alright, so now we want to do the other side. That one. Planer. Rotate it that way. Okay. That grid snap to the other one we just placed. We've been having quite a bit of fun, I guess, as far as with the grid snapping, right? Scale that. Whoa, crap, I almost overlapped it. Folded it over on itself, even. Just give it a little bit of padding. There we go. Give it a little bit of buffer between it. Like I said, you don't necessarily want to try and line it up too close to it, so you have that room for adjustability of from the vertex level like this. This is going pretty good. Nice. So this one we're not quite as close to the grid. This one might be a different story on this end. Oh, actually it's going pretty good. Nice. So that one cooperated very nicely. Why can't you all be like that? Alright, so now we got this amount of texturing. So we got most of all the fascia, all to that green area. Yeah, so I think what I am going to do, and I've already alluded to that, I'm going to put all of this here to the green area. Wait, do I not have... Is there not a poly there? Let me render this real quick. I must not have a poly there. I'll be damned. Okay. But I had poly there. Wait, this is suggesting I do not. Alright, try this. Let me render this real quick. I do not have any poly. It's either that or I got them flipped. No, if I had them flipped, it would just show it darker. I don't have any polys there. Okay, so that's on the... So that's a little miscue on my part. So I don't have any polys on these soffits here. Beyond the gable end. Okay, I gotta add those to the... Well, alright, so we won't worry about that for now. Bummer. Okay, so what I was hoping to be able to select all of that. Alright, so let's just do it this way. We're gonna go pick planar on that. Put that into the green area. That'll have to get redone once I do put some polys there. That'll change, but for now I'm just gonna do this. That one there. Quick planar and that. Yeah, so this is just going to be temporary for now until I can get some polys there. I guess I missed that on the build level, model level, so that's not a big deal. So I'm just going to put these there temporary. I'm not going to worry about grid snapping them because that's not going to stay that way. What I wanted to have is all of this underside here on the gable end as one piece. That's going to probably be the same thing over here. No. I missed putting any poly, I guess, on the underside of the soffit or the eave here. Alrighty then. So I guess I missed it here too. So we've got all that to fix on the model level. Let's just finish up our UV unwrap here for now. Okay. I want to quick planar that. Same thing. I'm just going to loosely put all these in just the one area of the green. And that's going to... We're going to correct that once we get some polys into that. So just not worry about the orientation of it being grid snap for now because it's not going to stay that way. Just to kind of get them conformed into that area. So we'll do planar. And I think that should take care of the majority of our polys we need to map. Didn't have any other... Yep. So I'm not seeing any remnants of polys that we need to map yet. So there's a few things we need to fix here. We need to snap the peak on this. On that, we need to fill in that soffit on the gable end. We need to put ceiling on that cutout that we made there. So a few fixes that we need to make on the model level. But this is our initial texture mapping that we have to it. Okay, so let's go ahead and collapse that down for now. Yep. There we go. So that's our initial mapping. Now from the model level here, we're still on an editable poly. And I'll do this on both of these. So because we still have these in as two separate objects in the scene, we gotta do this to each one. First to collapse the unwrap. I'm gonna keep them separate still. Just collapse the unwrap so we can actually make some edits here. Okay. I probably only needed to do that, now that I think of it, to the roof and not the building, but that's okay. That's fine. Alright, so on the roof, we need to add, so we'll go to the edge level and add some polys to this here. So we need to go to this edge. And we'll shift drag that out. Now it's going to be initially a map to that because I'm basing it on this edge from the fascia. I'm going to need to remap all that so that it has that proper orientation that we want, as far as our wire is concerned. But what I also need to do is fix this here. I need to vert snap this peak like so. before I finish off on that soffit. Let's do that on the other end too. Oh, so we just need to first snap that up to there. There we go. That shouldn't change too much as far as that though, but we'll probably go ahead and reselect those polys for the gables. Just to confirm that. It's mostly going to be on that roof part, not so much on the building part. So we still got those both separate, as I already mentioned. Okay, so let's finish our E over on this gable. Let's take that off. Second. Okay, and then we want to select this vert. Is that right? Yeah, that's right. Just that perspective was kind of throwing me off a little bit. So once we get the other side in, it'll be nice and closed in. Cool. Alright, so we need to get this vert. Snap that. Uh-oh. There's not a vert there? There should be a vert there. Hello? Is there not a vert there? There should be. There it is. Oh, nice! I think that's the first one for the stream, huh? GG's. Alright, so why is there no vert here? What the heck is going on here? That should be a vert right there. Alright, let me take that out for a second. Something didn't work out right there for some reason. Let's try that. Oh, I see what it did. Oh, okay. So it was going all the way down here. I based it on that edge. Okay, we can do this different then. So I'll do it based on this wedge. So yeah, the vert, when I pulled that off of this edge, it was way down here, not where I need it here. No problem though. So we can just base it on this edge, on this wedge here. That'll work better. Let's go turn that off. It's like, what in the heck is going on here? We'll just base it off this edge. Okay, so we'll shift drag that out. No, don't do that. There we go. Let's put it out like that. Now we can take these verts and snap them up here. I need to snap this one. Oh wow, hold on. Gotta be a better way to do that. That's a heck of a stretch, but I guess it'll work. There we go. Let's make sure that snapped properly. Looks like it did. Actually, wait a minute, no it didn't. Why does that look wonked out? Need to figure out what's the Y at for. Definitely doesn't look like it's lined up. Hold on. Turn that off. What's the Y at for 09? That is really messing with my head right now, the fact that that's on an angle from this perspective. Oh, wait a minute, I know why. Shoot, so we got that thickness from the fascia. Got it. Okay, so what we need to do... Well, that's going to be fun. So we need to put... Even though I got it snapped here, I need to get this Z. So we got that. I see what it's doing now. I got it. No problem. So we need to bring this Z down. Gotcha. So we'll bring that down. Oh, wrong one. Had the wrong vert. Get the right vert. Gosh darn it. And that one. shoot, now I'm not going to be able to get that one selected. Got a lot of verts going on in this area. Crap. Shoot. Alright, I can always put that back. Alright, let me just to get to what I need. There we go. So we got the one we need, so now we'll go ahead and I can always snap that other one back. There. Now I can snap this one back. More than one way to skin a cat. There. So what I had to do, since we don't have that on this part, is that thickness here, as far as for the fascia. That's in order to keep that straight across there, and was pinching it up. That's why I was giving it that angle. It's like, there we go. So now we got that. Now we can just build it off this edge. This one here, that would make it easier to do the other side. Go to edge. Already got that selected. Cool. Pull that out. Now we can snap it down here. Vertex snap. That one goes there. And that one goes right there. Cool. So that's filled in. Awesome. So we fixed the issue with the peak there, and then filled that soffit in at eve. Now it's going to be initially mapped here because of how I based the creation of that poly off that edge, but it'll definitely have to all get remapped. We'll get to that point. Now we need to fill in. I'm going to do this from the roof piece as opposed to the building piece. So I haven't really done anything to the building. This is all on the roof. Piece that I got in my items list here. So let's build off this edge. So, and then we'll snap. Oops, if I trip the vert snap on, snap that to there. Snap that one to there. Cool. That's all nice and closed in. I'm also considering it's as far as the way that roof is there. I might want to put that to the green. I don't know. We'll see how it works out for us here. So far, I'll just leave it on the yellow. That'll have to get all remapped from the building level, at least anyway, to kind of reconform that poly. I know it makes sense once I get back to the unedit. Alright, so the other thing I want to do while I'm thinking of it, I got some verts that I need to weld together. So we'll definitely have to make sure we redo the X form on this thing. We got... That's only one vert there? I don't think so. It says there's only one vert there. I find that hard to believe. 3 vertices there, we need to weld that. 2 vertices there, we're going to weld that. And get some of this welded up here. Vertices there. Vertices there. I'm just going to get these things welded up so it's nice and tight. Okay. Good, good. Let's try this other side. Got 3 vertices there as well. There. Marvelous. So we got that all nice and welded together. Okay, so I think we got this end buttoned up nicely. Now let's do the other end. Now I could take the approach of, it's just one thing you can think of. The fact that the UV mapping is still messed up at this point. If I had this UV map the way I want it, I could detach this and just clone it, take it to the other end. That way it's already in that conformity for the other end since it's fairly symmetrical. I think I'm just going to take the approach of what I did. I'm going to do it the same way on this side as I did the other end. So we already fixed the peak. Alright. Double check and make sure. Oh, wait a minute. How did this get messed up? Hold on. This is not lined up. What the heck? All right, what's the correct one here? Hold on. This one's at 4.95. That one's lower. What the heck happened there? 4.877. Wow, that's not even close. It kind of like angles. I don't know how that happened, but anyway. What do I got on the other end here? So obviously you can see how this doesn't line up. Need to get that. See what Z we got it on this end. What is this one at? So this one on that one right there. 4.87, so that's what we're going to go with on the other side so it stays symmetrical. 4.87, we can copy that value. Alright. And apply that to our fascia here. It's just that ever so slightly off. Okay, here we go. Yep, the other one was already good. Cool. Now we'll go ahead and weld that together. Grab this one. But that should only be 2. Yep. Weld that together. Vertices in there. Alright, cool beans. That'll be good for starters then. Now, we're going to do the same thing we did on the other side. We're going to go edge. Pulled off this edge. Shift drag that out. Vertex level. We'll vert snap that. That. Snap. Cool, there's one side. And we'll build off this edge. That off. That out. Snap that one. Oh crap, hold on. That one. And, uh-oh. What the heck happened there? Hold on. Let me redo that. It didn't work out right there. Go there. What is this one doing? Why is that not snapping right? Hold on. It's not snapping correctly. What is that not snapping right? God dang it. Wait, try this again. There it goes. I just gotta change your perspective view there. There we go. Even though we are in orthographic, it's relatively still perspective. Alright, so we got that all buttoned up. Now, just to ensure we got everything welded together. Vertices there. There, weld that up. Put the peak. Up. Wait a minute, did I do something wrong here? Hold on. Oh, wait a minute, somehow this didn't snap to the right vert. Oh wait, hold on a second. I'll fix that. Snap it right there. Ah, shoot, that's the wrong piece. I have that same problem we did earlier. Not gonna let me select the piece that I need. Hey, gummit. Stop it. Alright, I'm gonna do it this way. I gotta detach that piece of the roof. a pain in my butt. And get out vert that I need. So object. Gotta get that out of our way. Hide that. Here we go. Goofy thing anyway. Okay, so we got that one vert that we gotta bring down. Is that the one? No. Not the one. Where the heck are you at? Dirty, rotten thing, you. Hold on. So we're gonna have to detach this fascia here as well. Damn it. You. It's not letting me get at the vert that I need there, so let's hide that for a second. There we go. See how what I'm trying to get at is this soffit piece, or this eave, needs to be down here. So I couldn't get at that vert. But what I did was just detach and hide those there so I can get at the vert that I needed there. Able to pull that down like so. There. Now it's at the level it needs to be. This one's not in the right spot either. Crap. All right, let's move that down. So let's get this Z. That one down. Right? Cool. Marvelous. Okay. Now we should be able to bring back those two pieces that we detached. Oh, cool. Is this flipped? Let me check this row while I got it this way. Nope, that's faced the right way. That piece that I made, that little ceiling for that cutout there. Cool. Alright, so let's bring our pieces that we detached back into the picture. So we got this one, that one, and then we'll go turn that off. We'll go roof. This and this, we'll collapse that back down. Take our hammer. Lap selected. Okay, so that's all good. Convert it back to an edible poly. Oh, it's still mad at you? Oh, wow. 96. Oh, yikes. That's smarts. Alright, so we got that all back to roof and edible poly. What I am going to do as well is do an effect pivot. Make sure it's still centered. Yep. And then also do a reset X form. There we go. That's what we want to see. Nothing's on a walk there, so that's good. So we'll go ahead and collapse that down. Marvelous. Okay, so now we can go back into our unwrap for the roof here. Did quite a bit to this, I guess, to get things accomplished. We had some things that were off on the model level. We had to repair. I think we're all good to go now. So from the roof level, let's reapply unwrap. And we need to fix some of those areas that we just adjusted in from the model level. Bring the texture in. Okay. Now, what I'm going to tackle first, I know that's going to be an issue, is I want to get this underside. Now that we got all this here, I'm going to make this all one piece mapped like so. And if I bring it back this way, you'll be able to see what I'm talking about as far as where all that's located. We don't want it like that. So I'm going to do another quick planer. And it's on an angle in the model itself. That's probably why it's presenting itself as a model here. I could probably, let's do this. We'll do Control Z. Why is it not? Grief. Alright, so it just took it unwrap right out. I don't know why I wasn't putting it back there, but anyway, we're going to reapply the unwrap. goofy thing anyway. So what we could do is back to poly level for here. Reselect those like so, and then open up the UV edit, bring in our texture. Now, instead of doing a quick planar, let's try, say, a normal map. That gives it. So we got this orientation, so we don't have to worry of being all out of wonk, for example. Might go with that. So let's turn this way. And what I'm going to do, since I got all this still in the way, I'm going to do these, scale this down here real quick like that, put that on the side, and then do the other end and do the same thing. So it's not going to look right here for now, just for the time being. We're going to fix it. That, and that. Gives us that, and then we're going to do a normal map on this. Like so, do the same thing, we'll turn it. And then now, we don't have the rest of all that junk in the way, so now we can just size this to what we want it to be. In between our fascia and our other eaves. Scale this in here like that. Now, if we want to make these wider, this is something else I was taking into consideration too. We can separate these out like this. Let's move this over here. Let's start with this one here. So say, for example, I want to take this piece first. That's going to be... and I'll get this all in the picture here. Dang it. So that is going to be... all this right here. Oh, it's just this one side. So it's going to be this and that wedge piece right there. That's what's all selected currently. So if we want to just go that way, put this in one at a time over here. So if we want to leave it a little bit wider, do these each individually. Rescale this here a little bit. Select all of this, that fascia. Squeeze this down a little bit more. Okay, you can see what we got selected there. And we can do these individually like this. I'm going to grid snap these at this point now that we've got all the polys that we need, since we edited the model to get all the polys that we need to UV map. Okay, now we'll go to the, just back over this way. Vert level, grid snap. Okay. Snap that, that. Okay. Cool, so there's that one. Now we got these over here. Same thing. Just to grab these one at a time. Pull it over here. This is going to be the other side of that. It's going to be over on this side. Bring that over here. Okay, that'll work. I'm going to go to the vertex level. How are we doing on time? Okay. I'm gonna get really I wanted to get some race time in here, so I'm gonna start to get real sloppy. And I know I did this with the storage building too, just to get some type of texture applied to it. I want to get this thing create a 3D model so we can get it in the track and actually test it out. Okay, so we want to go poly level. I'm gonna go super fast on this, so You have to excuse the sloppiness. I'm trying to maintain against as far as a certain level of quality here, but at this point here, you should be getting a pretty good idea, I guess, as far as what where I'm putting what. You know, it's just kind of laying out the ground rules as far as where I want everything in the texture by using these color blocks. It's going to be giving me somewhat of an idea of how this is going to work once I actually apply a finished texture. That. Yeah, so the grid snapping's working much better now. Don't say anything too soon. Know how that works sometimes. So far it's working out nice. Okay. The other thing I did want to do, since we did change the peak, or how much that was off, I'm going to redo the peaks on the gable ends. Okay, so we're going to redo these, because those were off. If you remember, we had to adjust that peak. I'm going to redo that real quick. So, like that. And this is all on the roof, so that's what makes it kind of nice. So I'm going to do another quick planer. Reestablish that so you can see how much that was off. We don't want that. So now that we fixed it, we don't have that now. So this is the fixed. Don't have that offset anymore. Now that we fixed it from the model level. So we'll put that to the side for a second. Okay, and then we'll go to the other end and do the same thing. Okay, so do quick planer. Same thing. See, now we don't have that offset at the peak. So by fixing it on the model level, what the heck we got left there? What is this? Oh, that's the okay, I was like, whoa. So when I added that yeah, so if I highlight this really quick here, that's going to be that ceiling that I put in that cutout area. Yep, that's this area right here. Let's do it from the poly level. So that's going to be this piece right here. That's added there. So that's something else I'm going to remap. I don't know if I want to put that to the green, because that's kind of all the underside. You know, as far as the eaves, that's kind of almost what I'm thinking. I might move that to there. But while I got this highlighted, let's put it there and see what we got. So let's do a quick planer on that. Yeah. And we're gonna put that. Let's rotate this. It's not a real big area. I'm just gonna put it right in here for now. Probably won't stay there, but just for now, just to have its own little area over here in the green. That way, all the underside, you know, as far as the eaves for all the way around this is going to be in that green area. Kind of what I think about for that. Alright, now, I reselect these. Yep, so we got this one here. Let's bring that back down. Now, keeping in mind, from the building level, we kind of half this out. So we got the walls for the building part of it on the lower half, and then the peaks for the gables, we put them on the upper half of this yellow. We're going to kind of keep that same conformity. Okay, and we'll move the other one here. So let's grab all that. Let's snap that all together. Now we don't have that offset on the peak, though. That was the biggest adjustment. I think what I am going to end up doing with all of the adjustments that we made to this model, I'm going to make an entirely new scene. Just in case if there's something that does present itself in this overall model, you know, upon collapsing it down, is kind of broken, I'll be able to go back to that original scene that I originally did way back when. How many hours ago? That's something else I'm thinking of as I do all of this. Alright. Now we'll go to the vert level. Grid snaps are on. Let's grid snap all this. Just so it land right on top of each other and it's nice and neat. Cleans up the Oh man, so that did not vert. So this is why it's separated still like this, because it didn't weld as far as like I was expecting it to. I guess for our purposes here it won't matter too much, but that's kind of why it's separating out like that. Yeah, that should have been welded, but I guess it didn't. If it welded correctly from the model level, as far as when we were redoing all that, it would move it just as one piece there and wouldn't have been separated out like that. I guess it still worked out pretty good, so no harm, no foul. So that is the mapping for the roof, all the roof pieces, and then we have the building where we put those with the doors and so on. At this level, at this point anyway, so everything should be good to go here. Not bad. I'm happy with it at this point. So let's go ahead and collapse this down. Happy with that mapping. And we already fixed that for the roof. We really didn't have to do anything to the building part of it itself. Should be good on that. Yep. Cool. So what I am going to do is save this as a new scene with all the changes that we made to this part. Let's make sure this is still a... We already redid the X form on that, so that's good. We didn't do anything to the buildings, that's good. Alright. Unhide the... What do you get? The ground plane. Don't have any more cutters or anything like that. I'm going to save this as a brand new scene. But I'm going to use this one here, and I'm just going to go like this. I'm going to add new. We did this before, I guess, as far as... Oh, crap, that's not one. We did do this before with the storage facility. And it's just kind of taking some headache away from it. So if somewhere with everything that we did there, we might have missed something and something really went terribly wrong that we're not seeing, having that other scene to fall back on, to redo, I guess, as far as what might have got broken, having a separate scene, you know, if everything turns out to be fine, then obviously you can carry on. But if for somewhere down the road you find out something's broken, you have that previous scene that I set up and saved a lot earlier, just to save yourself some headache. So we created a totally new scene with all the changes that we've got applied to this now. We got two separate scenes now. I guess I named it as Mew instead of New. That's fine. As long as it's got a different name to the other one. Now what we need to do is get into the process of collapsing this all down to make it one piece. As well, based on our script, at least for now, we've only got... I guess I did set it up here for two models. One that has the open doors and one that don't. I'm going to skip for now, taking the approach of the two different stages. We're just going to have just a solid model. And I can always adjust this later on. So what I'll do, I don't need to entirely take this out, right? All I need to do is comment it by putting a hashtag in front of it. So I can still keep it in the script, but when I run it through Make 3DO, it won't read that line. So as far as for this one, for that one, we don't need it. And this weekend state switch, we don't need it. At least for now. We'll be able to adjust this later on. So now, the only other line I need to switch here, we still want the population in here, so we just need to use concession 1 instead of weekend switch. Yep. I need to grab this container. So all we're going to do is just basically just for the population switch, we're just going to load our model from our one pass file. I just need to change this. So later on, when we add that functionality, I guess as far as the different weekend switches, we'll add that weekend switch back to this population switch, and then uncomment that uncomment this weekend switch and that concession 2 for that model with the transparency into it. It'll make sense when we get to that, but for now I'm sure it's probably confusing. Let's paste this here. So basically all I'm doing here, just for clarity, in this population switch, we want it to switch from nothing at all to the actual model that's in this line. That's all we're having that do. And then just spit that out to the name that we want the 3DO, which is T1 concession. Alright, so let's go ahead and save that. So at this point here, we only need one pass file that is named Oh, you know what? I gotta rename that. Shoot. My bad. Just missed that. So we need to rename this pass file. I did borrow this from the storage facility. So I want to name this T1 session. There we go. And that one we've got commented out, so it won't matter. So it's only going to read that line. And so we need a pass file that's labeled that. And I'm going to create a 3DS here in Max. This version of Max that we currently got open as a 3DS. That's what we want to name it right there. Okay, let's go here. Let's start doing some collapse in here. So now we already got it saved as a new scene. We need to bring out all the stuff that we don't need. Let's open this all up. Go to our items list and remove anything we do not need. So in this case, we don't need this. Roof peak of the ruler. Get rid of all that. Now we can start combining. And because we only got the 2 pieces in here, it's going to make it pretty simple. So we can either apply it by the building or the roof and just look and see what kind of a result we get. I think because we got more going on with the roof than we do the box, I'm going to select the building first and then the roof. Because there is an order of operations there when it comes to collapsing, as we've come to find many times. It's going to make a difference if you select one that has more complexity to it as opposed to not, and how it changes the normals, I guess, of the polys. So I'm going to take the building and then the roof, and then we're going to take our hammer, flap selected. Okay, now we're all selected into building, and then we'll do effect pivot, center that. Okay, then the last thing I want to do is, yeah, so it turned out pretty good. I didn't see any change, any darkness, I guess, as far as any of the polys get flipped kind of weird. That's good. You don't want that. So now what I need to do is reset the X form. That'll be the last piece. So we go like that. Check the conformity of that. Make sure it's not out of wonk. As far as if these corners are shifted, which they are not, and that's exactly what we want to see. That's just to confirm. So there we go. We're going to collapse that down. Now we're just left with just the model. Now from this point, I'm just going to name this shape as E1. And we're going to abbreviate. We'll just do CO. Cannot type today. B1. That'll be fine. Now that's just going to be the name of the shape in the 3DO itself. It really has no rhyme or reason, I guess, as far as what you name that. I'm just trying to keep it within the compliance of the 3DS format, which is usually no more than 8 characters. That way it doesn't give us any potential errors. So we're going to save this now as a 3DS. We've got the UV mapping applied with that texture, that bitmap. So that's going to be our initial bitmap that we'll use with the pass file and the script in the Make 3DO, and we'll apply that appropriately. Okay, so we need to spit this out initially as a 3DS into our folder. Navigate to that folder, LaCrosse, turn 1 concession, 3DS. 3DS is what we want, and we want to name that. That's why I left this open. I'm going to borrow this name right here and put that in here as 3DS. Say yes, I do. Now it is going to yell at me for the bitmap because of the way it's named. It's just that conventions, but it's not going to yell at me for the name of the shape. That's good. That's normal, so we just do ahead and close. And that should have spit out our 3DS file, which is right there. We'll be able to open that up in our Max 5, create a pass file. That'll be that final process. So let's go ahead, close this one out, and I'll get Max 5 opened up. Set all that. Alright, let me get this switched over so I can get Max open. Once that gets opened up there, we'll carry on. Alright, Max 5. Let's get this loaded up. Yeah, I definitely want to get some racing in for sure. I don't know about you guys, but all you folks, but I really want to get some racing in here. So what I'll do initially, I won't probably do a race on, is this as far as the time? I'll do a little bit of race. I'll do like a AI race. I won't race myself on max, but I definitely want to do some racing on LaCrosse and check out that. Have y'all check out that new AI that Racer James has got. It's pretty cool. Oh, you almost got his slots there, yeah. So, boys. Oh, you missed on the shot. Oh snap! Yeah, I guess. All right, so we got this loaded up. We're in max 5, so what we need to do is import that 3DS we just created. Modeling, mesh, cross. Turn 1 concession, 3DS, and there's our 3DS. Let's open that up. I want to completely replace the scene and do not convert the units. Okay, now we got our model. Here's our model. And what it should have did is kept that name that I put it to. Sure did. Cool. Tried to count it out there, but yep. So it left the name of the shape and the export from max 14, I guess, as far as the same. And that's what I wanted. So we go into Material Editor and apply that bitmap for our. I was doing some work on that static flag for Texas there. Okay, we'll go back to Cross. 3DS, and we need this bitmap. And again, right now it's not going to have any no models in here with the transparency, at least for now. Just for now. So we're going to need to physically apply it to the model so we can see all of our mapping that we already applied. Fabulous. Make sure it's all good to go. As long as that all looks good, the name of our shape is where it needs to be. Now we can spit this out as a pass file. Okay, so we'll go navigate to our folder. This is the only model that we need to do anything to. That's mesh items, cross 1 3DS, and we need to create select pass file. And we don't have one as of yet, so we're going to name this as T1, and we already get options here and here like that, so we got an idea of. So if we start spelling it wrong, these options that are initially populate will go away. So it kind of works as a clue as to whether or not you're spelling it correctly. So we want it T1 concession, perfect, as a pass file. Spit that out. Now we should have a pass file, and that is the bread and butter, I guess, of the model that we need to bring into Make 3D so we can make our model. So we need that, the texture, this script. Bring that over to Make 3D right here. We got that brought up. And the only other thing we're going to need to do once we've finished this part of it is to make a bit file, which is not hard. So let's go ahead and run this through. I'm going to run this through Make 3D. So we need to bring up a command line. CMD, for those that don't know. Bring this up. Okay, and then need to do a change directory, /, and then another change directory to this, or anything to the right of the drive. Copy pasta into there. That gets us to the directory that we're working out of. Now the only thing we need to do is call up the Make 3D application itself, and then we'll tell what we want it to do. We want it to use the script, so it's a -s. Script, and the name of our script is this right here. We're going to go into properties, borrow the name of that, paste it into here, and then .psg for PSG, and we don't have any other parameters to this as far as reflection or anything like that. That's all we need. Spit that out. So we got an error. Okay, so we got to look at. Oh wait a minute, did I not save that? Crap. Almost not have saved that. So it's giving us a clue here that we have something wrong with our pass file. So it can be somewhat helpful just as far as with so that's line 21. What did I miss here? Hold on. What is it saying? storage facility pass. I must not have saved it. My bad. I made the change to it, but I didn't actually save it. My bad. Let's do that. And bring that back over. I don't think I saved it. Copy. And we'll run it again. I don't think I saved it. So paste. Yep. And then let's rerun it. Yeah, so it's telling me on that line, it gets as far as that line 21, which I just don't think I saved it. So let's do... Oh shoot, is that gonna... That's gonna switch over to my other scene, but you're not gonna see this for a second, but I'll switch it back. Don't worry. Un momento, I'll bring it back in a second. Alright, there we go. Oh shoot, now I did this. Hey, gummit, go away. I don't want that. Go away. Oh shoot, now I really did something. Hold on. Ah, no. I'm gonna lock this up. There we go. Whew. Scared me for a minute. Yeah, so the one scene that I've got, it uses the F8, which is the call up, which you've already typed into the DOS prompt here. So that's the only reason why it switched over. So I had to bring it back. All right, so brought that all back. So we're just gonna run it again. Now it should be fine. There we go. So we got no error. There's our 3DO. We're gonna cut this out from here. And we're gonna put that, now all we gotta do is make a bitmap for, or a MIP for that. And we can do that in our trusty dusty. Yeah, we already explained all this for the shading and all that for Texas. We can close all this out. Alright, now we need to navigate to, see, modeling, mesh. Cross 3ds, and we need this bitmap. Cool. I know it looks like a mess right now. This is going to change over time, but make it a MIP. We don't need to change any other parameters. There's no transparency to it, so it's just that simple. Save as MIP. Let it do its thing. Cool. Close that and get out of this. Now I save that right here. We're going to cut that out of here. Keep all these things together. Now, if we open this up in 3D SimEd, you'll be able to see how this looks here. There's our model in 3D SimEd. Now, we're going to get into the track. We'll bring up LaCrosse and get this thing initially added. And it's going to be not exactly in the right spot, you know, as I was already previously mentioned. So, all we need to do is take these two items. It's that simple. All that work we did just narrowed it down to 2 files that we need. Okay? It's crazy, isn't it? I know what I mean it is, but alright, so we're gonna go to okay, we're done with Texas. I remember how I did this again. Bear with me a second. So there's all the pics. Yeah, so I can go right to here. Yep, so I'm gonna go to the track edit for this. So, and then paste that in here. There's our new item. Now we gotta open up the track, which I think I already did. And even though I still got the track open, I should still be able to add this item in here through the object placement view. So if I go over to object placement view, so it's the sandbox utility is already reading from that directory. So anything that's in that directory, it's going to be able to pull that. Even though I just added it. Alright, so it should be in our list here. Which is right now. I shouldn't get any errors, so there's our little building. So where's turn 1? Turn 1, right over here. Now, it may not necessarily show right away, but we do get the bounding box, and that's a huge indicator, I guess, as far as that the model is working so far. Even though we don't see it, it's here. Is the fact that we can see it with the bounding box. So let's go ahead and get this saved as a new PTF. And then when we reopen it, we should actually see the model. Let's save this as new PTF, and I'm going to do this as add concession. Actually, I'll put T1 concession. What's that? Got to leave in 15 minutes. I'll be back about 20 minutes. Okay, we should probably still be here. I am going to go over, like I said, as far as Texas and LaCrosse. I want to do a little bit longer race on LaCrosse, but I'll probably just do an AI race. You know, let the AI run around Texas there just to see what we've got with the new additions to Texas. But yeah, you should probably still be here. Oh, it's already 9:30. Man, we have too much fun doing this stuff, don't we? Hopefully we're having fun. If we're not having fun, we're doing something wrong.
Seriously.
One. You know what? I'm going to add another underscore. So we'll do T1.
Seriously.
I am at least 20%.
There we go. You can name these PTFs. I think I've mentioned this before. You can have them as long as you want. You know, it's helpful. It's helpful, I guess, as far as to keep it somewhat condensed, so you can kind of understand what's going on there. You don't want to write a novel for it, but I mean, you can name these as long as you want. All right, so that should have created a new ETF, which is right here. Nice. So we'll go ahead, close this out, and reopen that PTF that we just created, and that should show our model. And you can already see it right there. Without even getting in the camera view. There's our model. Now we can kind of semi-adjust this based on what we know the orientation of. So this side here needs to be pointing away from the track as far as up in this direction. So we need to reorient this. So go back into object placement. So far so good. Our model is showing in almost exactly the way we were expecting it to. Alright, so we need to turn this. Let's go back to camera view here for a second. Properties. Fixed. Need to turn it, so gotta go clockwise. Like so. And we're gonna raise this up. So James is already saying about 7.2 meters, I think he said. Right? I think that's what the consensus was. So we'll do 7.2. So roughly about that. Like that, like that. Something like this. There we have it. Since we did build that on ground level, that should be relatively the orientation of that. So once that outside ground gets built up on Racer James's end, that's where that thing's going to sit, roughly. Right there outside of turn 1. It definitely looks right to me. So even if we compare this to our picture reference, and keeping in mind we don't have that that ground, I guess, as far as that makes that hill, we can look at our picture. You can see where that sits there. So that'll necessarily need to be tweaked as we move along, but that's roughly the position of that turn 1 concession. There you have it. So that's someone's going to look. That's definitely going to be very visible, I guess, as far as coming into turn 1. All right, so let's go ahead and resave this PTF. Okay, so we'll go ahead. I always like going back to geometry view when I save it, because Sandbox has this thing with not wanting to render the track the same way, as far as like it likes to be slower for whatever reason in anything other than geometry view. I don't know why that is. So I always get into the habit of going right back to geometry view and whenever I save a PTF, regardless of what you're doing. Okay, so let's see right over that, since that's all we're doing is just readjusting that. That's just that one item. But cool. We got our PTF and our session. Now we all we need to do is get that over to our game track directory so we can actually test it out in the sim. I'll do that here next. Alright, a little bit of busy work. Alright, let's switch this over to the other scene. Y'all can see what's going on. Shall we? Looks legit to me. Yeah, it definitely does, doesn't it? You know, even if it is kind of makeshift, I guess, in a way. So, okay. I've already got all this stuff for Texas in there, as far as the new items. That's already been previously already taken care of. The only thing we do need to add is to LaCrosse. So that's going to be the PTF and the model for our Turn 1 concession and the texture. So I should have... I guess I don't. Alright, let's go like this. A lot of busy work. Stuff is getting it from one area to the next. But I always definitely suggest, regardless of how much of a pain in the butt that is, don't ever work on your track within the game track directory. Great. Do yourself a favor and make a separate track editing folder to work out of. If nothing else, it'll serve as a backup if something goes wrong in the process, I guess, of... I don't know. It seems kind of a duplication and somewhat of a redundant, but I've come to find that it works much better to have it in two different locations as far as all your the bulk of your PTF stuff, as far as that's to your PTF, and to have like your track INI and all that stuff in your game track directory. You know, and work with it. You know, because stuff that works in the game and not in Sandbox, you don't need all those files that don't are not needed in Sandbox. I guess that's the other thing I think of too. So it's keeping your track edit folder cleaner, I guess, in that way, as far as not all that clutter. Okay, we need to go here. Nope, wrong spot. Need to go to my hold on. I need to go here is what I need to do. Here, modeling. I guess I could have got it from there. I guess it doesn't matter which one I get it from. Let's do it from here. Go in the James folder. We'll go to the track edit folder. Yeah, I think grab it. I did end up. It's probably a fair mention too if I didn't already. I did have to go and get myself a at least a makeshift, a temporary keyboard, because that keyboard that I had was complete garbage. It was a lot of the switches in that were just, they were showing signs of just, and it's the better part of 20 years old. So it doesn't owe me a dime, but I did end up having to get a new keyboard. All right, get this thing moved over. Where's my one for? There it is. There's the PTF. Bring it over here. There's the PTF, and here is the. Right down here. Took me a second. Well, that's the only 3 files we should need from our track edit folder, and I'm going to bring that over to our game track directory, which is right here. Paste those in. So none of these, there should be nothing replaced. All these files are brand new, right? And I am going to make a backup of the ETF, which is going to be this one right here. So I'm going to make a backup of this one. We don't want to load this one in. We want to load the one with that has the new item. Yep, and it's already got one in here. That's fine. That's fine. So I had one from the previous one. I don't really need those anymore. Now that we've confirmed that everything up to this point is working just fine. And now we need to rename the PTF, the new PTF, to the name of the track that we got here. We're going to copy the name of the track folder. All that busy work. Dang it, now where did it go? Hey, Gummit, where'd you go? Here it is right here. Kind of lost in the mix there. There we go. The button layout on this new keyboard, it's different from my other one because it was so old school. This one's they're in different locations, I guess, for a lot of the delete and the end and page up and down. It's kind of nerve-wracking, but you have to bear with me a little bit. Alright, so we got that renamed. Cool. So this is a very critical piece to name your PTF the same as your track folder, otherwise it's not going to load. Alright, so we got everything in here that we need for that. Sweet. That's good to go. So at this point, what I'm going to do is load up the game, load up the sim, and we'll initially try out Texas. To kind of show what's going on, to make sure that loads, just to kind of prove that, and then I'll go in and go in testing mode for LaCrosse and test that one out. So as long as we know those will both work, then we're good to move on from there. Alright, so let's go this way. Load the sim up. Alright, cool. So we go to testing mode. We do have it on the latest mod as far as the NASCAR Cup Series 22. Oh, you do the same thing, I guess, as far as... I forgot what I was talking about there. I was talking about a bunch of different things, so... Hopefully some of the stuff that I tend to do is kind of contagious in that way. In a good way. Alright, so we're going to try out Texas here first, with all the new stuff. Just in testing mode. So that loads. And this is with the static flags already applied there. I didn't know I didn't really cover that much, other than the fact that I did apply a static flag. So there's no animation to it, just static. I don't have the US flags in there yet, which I need to get those onto the on the big hoss. So anyway, so that's the idea. So the track loads, beautiful. So let's go to drive. Okay, so that track loads good. We're good on that one so far. Let's try LaCrosse. The one thing I didn't check out in Sandbox was the population switch to that turn 1 stamp. I'll be able to test that out right here in the sim. Make sure that's working right. I'm assuming it will. So we need LaCrosse. Load that one up. That one loads up in testing mode. We're good so far. Drive. There's the turn 1 building right over there, like where it should be. Now if we do the O key, that building should go away. It does. So that works. Let's bring it back. Perfect. So that population switch is working beautifully, and it's exactly where we placed it in Sandbox. Alrighty then. So now that we've confirmed in testing mode, at least anyway, both tracks are working just beautifully. I am going to go back to Texas, and we're going to test the track out with all the new things added with everything that I showed previously. How many hours ago? Whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. Go back to Texas. I do want to get a race in on LaCrosse though, for sure. Y'all got to see how freaking fun that track is to drive. I think we have seen our fair share of Texas. Not that it's any less fun, but it is a brand new AI, I guess, as far as that racer change. Oh, I'm still in testing, my bad. Meant to go to race weekend. I need to go to race weekend. Go back one. Single race. And we get this on Texas. There we go. So on this one here, I'm not going to race, like I said, like that. I'm just going to observe the AI around the track. So we'll run it through its paces as far as just in the AI. So far, this is loading up pretty good. Let's go to a different car. Let's see which video we want here. Let's try pace. You know what? I need to turn off the background music. Y'all can see. Y'all need to hear sounds that are going on in the sim, right? Please. All right, let's pick. We've got a couple cars leaving here. There we go. Let's see what kind of frames we're getting in these different views. So they're just coming onto the track. I'll switch from different views just to kind of see. So in this one here, we're getting a little bit more than 140 frames. We don't have a lot going on in the track right now. Once we get more populated, let's go to a different view. This is looking pretty good so far. This is all in practice, whatever, so we're not in full race mode yet. Let's switch to We got some pretty decent camera angles, I think, on this too. That's something that I've noticed on the LaCrosse deal there amongst the AI that Racer James has redone. There is new cam files. That'll be. You want to see LaCrosse? Yeah, and that's why I'm gonna wait, George. We're gonna run Texas through its paces here, and just kind of show that off. That's why I'm kind of holding off on doing LaCrosse for now, till you get back. I might even do a couple races on that thing. I think that it's just that fun. That track is just that fun. It's definitely a short track. All right, let's go to. I went the wrong way. Let's go this way. Let's go this view. This one's actually got a different color net on it, which I think is kind of cool. Let me know if that's too loud. So we got a few cars ahead of this car that I'm currently focused on. So getting around, I don't know, we're kind of fluctuating in between high 80s, low 90s, I guess as far as on average. Pretty decent. I think that's pretty neat how it's got that colored window net on this one. We're getting hella good frames on this thing though, with nothing really 100% brand new, just more or less refined as far as the shadows. Alright, let's try... Whoops. Let's try this view. We get a little bit more frames here because it's not... There's more detail in that cockpit, right? We definitely do gain some frames, I guess, as far as from this view. Let's try the roof view. There's fire chase, get a little bit more. Back view. Let's go to the roof view. Yeah, definitely get more frames outside of the car as opposed to inside, because there is, like I said, more detail in the cockpit. And that's to be expected. And keep in mind, too, this is all in practice, so we don't have absolutely everything loaded in, other than in race mode. Pretty cool. I like it. So let's pan through, I guess, as far as some of these other cars. Getting pretty consistent frame rates all the way across here. Nothing that really stands out where it's just like you jump from one car to the next and it's just like a huge noticeable change in frames. At least in this race weekend mode, as far as this practice. What is on this hood? Joy served daily. This is what the heck is this car? Hold on. This is a fictional, obviously. What is on this car? Let's go to what the heck is on that car? Oh, that's a nice shot. We tweaked these camera angles all pretty dang good. That one, we worked really hard on that one, that's for sure. What is on this car? Honda Accord. Look how they've got everything going on that one. So they got a colored net. You got the two different colored sets of wheels on the front and the rear. There's a lot going on with that scheme. That's pretty cool, even for being a fictional. That's a fantastic shot. If you want to take a speed shot, you got a couple of them in these TV2 angles. Alright, he's coming in the pits. Let's see what happens here. Let's go back to cockpit. See what we get frame rates wise coming down in the cockpit. Should definitely see it drop because you got a lot more. You got the little pit wagons, you got the buildings, but it shouldn't drop too much. Yep, so we are seeing a little bit of a drop as a comparison being on the track, which is to be expected, but it's just how much of a drop, which I'm not noticing as far as it being very significant. Nothing to be concerned about. We just added a huge poly object and got from 140 to 90. 60, yeah. Whoa, yeah. That is definitely a significant drop, but I'm hoping you're considering this as far as to refine that object that's poly bloated. If it's doing that just for one singular object in comparison to having it that way and as opposed to not, that would raise an eyebrow to me. Be like, whoa, might want to reconsider that. I don't know if he's gonna come back out. Let's go back to a different car. Go back on the track. Yeah, so I'm liking, and so this is all in practice, right? So we're gonna look at race mode here. Let's go into race mode. Full on race mode. Here we go. I'm gonna go ahead and just retire. I'm not gonna race, like I said. But once they get moving here, I'm just gonna retire. I like to wait until they get fired up and all that stuff before I retire. I've come to find in my experience that it just helps. Yeah, so look at the frame rates on this one here. So this is in the cockpit, right? We're under 40 frames. Not a huge, concern, because this mod that we're using in here in the cockpit is super detailed. So the fact that we see that much of reduction there. Buttons again. Hold on. Not bitch. Base. Yeah, so out of the cockpit, you can see we definitely gain more frames as opposed to being in the cockpit. So that's definitely. Why is this not? Oh, you know what? Gotta get out of replay. Go to drive, and then we'll retire. There we go. That's why they weren't going, and that's normal for it to blink. It's not uncommon for that to happen. It's just the game. That freaking helicopter that still needs to be fixed. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and retire, and go back to live. Put it on the pace car. There we go. Sweet. Now we'll look at these guys. So yeah, it does not surprise me whatsoever with as detailed as this mod is, as well as the track, for the frames to drop as low as they are. But you do have those options to be able to go to roof and stuff like that and gain frames. It's even being in the cockpit, it's still not much of a detriment. We're going to switch. We're going to go to that car and then go to cockpit, and we'll see how this looks from here. And we'll go through the field as they take the flag, see what kind of frames we get. So even from here, we've gained some since we got off the pit road. So being on pit road, you got a lot more buildings being in the cockpit that are trying to render in. Hence, you're going to get per frame. That's just expected. Good news is I can use the high poly object to poly texture. Well, there you go. So as far as the AO and whatever. So even though you have to dummy down the actual model, the high poly model, you can use that for texture. It's pretty cool. Yeah, so we're gonna go through the field here. So far up in the front here, staying up into the. It's kind of fluctuating, but pretty decent frame rates. Not extremely low. Not laggy at all. Let's go back through the field. Go back to the middle of the field here. Yep. Very minimal frame rate reduction as we go through the field. Oh my goodness, hold on to it. They're trying to navigate themselves around. Yeah, so it doesn't even get into the 30s. That's what I was really concerned about. So we're about mid-pack here. We're sitting in 15th place. Let's go back a little bit further. Let's get to right about there. We're about mid-pack right here. 21st place. And it's staying well above. Yeah, it's not even dropping anywhere near 30-40 frames, which is good. Especially for this mod. As you can tell, it's very detailed. Let's go back up a step. closer to the rest of the field. Yeah, definitely let me know if that's too loud. Is that too loud, everybody? This is just fun to watch this way. It's almost as exciting to watch an actual race. With the amount of detail that's in the track, I almost feel like I'm, you know, actually watching a NASCAR race. I'm digging the amount of frames that we're getting here about mid-pack. Let's go all the way to the back of the field. Oops, gotta go the other way. Still going the wrong way, dang it. Let's go all the way to last place. Still not seeing a whole, you know, major reductions in frame. Whoops, that's the pace car. So this is last place right here. Staying pretty consistent across the board as far as, you know, low to mid 60s as far as low as it'll get. Doesn't even hardly tickle, I guess, as far as high 50s. That's pretty good. I think for this mod and the detail that's in the track, in both senses, as far as the mod and the track, this is very well balanced. It's pretty cool to watch. You know, some of the juking and jiving, I guess, as far as the potential passing, I guess, as far as in the different lanes that these AI are taking. They do tend to somewhat get single files, like get it sorted out. It's like almost when they get to this part of the track, going down the backstretch into turns 3 and 4, they tend to get a little bit more daring. Like, oh, I can get so much more speed here than you can in turns 1 and 2. He's really pegging it out there. Yeah, I'm liking the frame rate. So, for the most part, let's check it out in the EV2. Yeah, so you definitely gain a lot more frames, I guess, as far as being outside of the cockpit. Let alone, you know, more focused on, you know, the car, even from chase or roof view. That's pretty cool. So, yeah, irregardless of which view you decide to want to use on this thing, very balanced, very optimized. You know, can enjoy some of the speed shots that we've created for this track too. Or no, let's this too. You know, see what's going on here. Need to check out all my keys too. Yep, so we got Chase, Elliott, and the 9 currently leading. Yeah, so it all depends on which car you're focused on is where you hear. So depending on which speed shot you get into, if they're not to that the actual position of that speed camera, you know, as far as the stationary camera, you're not going to hear the engine sounds until it gets to it. That's kind of what I always liked about it. For year 2003, that was. Oh wow, he's trying to pass the 51 here. Let's see if he can do it. You can't do it. Got that sound command for that. I know. Do y'all feel like you're watching a NASCAR race as much like I am? I know. I don't know about you, but I am. Nope. Looks like he wasn't able to get him past. So we got some just here. You see some passing right there. Right? I don't. Yeah, and they're not. No cautions. They're racing pretty clean, but pretty hard too. Oh, is he gonna make another run for it? He can pass this 51 car. So I don't know who drives the two car now. I know Keselowski had stepped down. as the driver of the 2 car. I don't remember who they've got driving the 2 car now. I don't even know. Is that one of their sponsors? Is Menards like that? I'm not sure. It's been a wacky... And he gets up there. It's like he gets close to his rear bumper there. Just can't do it. Can't pull it off. So, something else that you may or may not have noticed as far as the way the light maps onto the car, based on those light maps, shadows as opposed to the model textures, shadows, is somewhat making a difference there. You just can't quite get to him. Oh, we got a lot heavier racing as far as the backstretch steer in that shot. These 2 shots, I like these 2 shots. So that's all that side by side going through there. I think the AI is really well. It still does come down to you got to take it easy, I guess, as far as in the first couple of laps. The way the AI, especially starting from the back, you definitely need to give the AI a couple laps to get, you know, tire heat built up or whatever like that, so that they don't wreck. Because if you push it too hard, because you as the human driver have the ability, I guess, to push it a little bit harder than the AI do, then I mean, you can feel free, I guess, as far as to crank up the opponent strength, I guess, as far as higher than 100%. More power to you. I tend to keep it right around 95, and I want to have somewhat of a chance, I guess, to pass him. I guess is the only reason why I do it. That's my handicap, about 5%. And the race is done. Well, it looks like Chase ended up winning, and I guess the 2 car got passed by Fred Jones. That was funny. Yeah, race is done, so they're just in a cool down lap. Cool. All right, so let's switch this over to spectate. Everybody's just gonna be coming into the pits. That's the pits that they're going into the pits. Yeah, so what I like about these camera angles, there's no clipping into different objects at all. There's not as many blind spots or anything like that. That's one thing that bugs the ever-living crap out of me when it comes to camera angles. Alright, cool. Noise. Alright, so I think that's... Let's go ahead and get out of that. And it should go... Yep, case for the one, so it should go to the windscreen. There we have it. I'm not going to play that only because I'm going to run a LaCrosse race now. Now that we've been able to test out all the new items, I guess, as far as that's been applied to Texas, you see the result of that with the latest mod, that is the NASCAR Cup Series 22 by Full Circle Racing Designs. Fantastic mod. We're gonna run a race here at LaCrosse here now. Let's go back, single race, and let's choose LaCrosse. We're gonna have so much fun on this. It's I've done a few races with this new AI, and it's like I don't know, it just makes you want to. Kind of digging it. Where I'm running across 90% AI just so I don't get lapped. Yeah, and that's kind of where I'm at. That's kind of the reason why I run at 90. I just want somewhat of a chance. Maybe not so much to get lapped, but just to have a chance to get up to the front. Because depending on how you've got the cars rated, it can definitely kick you in the pants, I guess, as far as when it comes to that. AI and this here, as far as the ratings go, they can pretty challenging. All right, so let me. I just need to get the wheel over here real quick. Give me a un momento. Back in just a second. Don't go nowhere. I will say one thing about this this keyboard is it's a temporary placeholder. And, oh, they're wrecking. The heck? What the heck happened there? I saw those cars wreck. Hold on a second. What? Okay, hold on. Let me back this up a little bit. What the happened there? Let's see which car is that. Let's go to and let's put. I don't know which car that was. Definitely, I saw some wrecking. Jones. That car was that? Oh, we definitely got some different guys. So he got that little bit of clipping, I guess, as far as in the views there. Nope, that's not it. Heck car was that? Everybody notice? I think this car was involved. Hold on. Nope, that wasn't it. What the heck? No, I saw him wrecking. What was it though? So that was on turn 2-1 side. So there's their building. In there. Oh, for crying out loud. Where the heck? Was that on turns 3 and 4, right? Shoot, right, hold on. This is turns 1 and 2. So on the other end of the track. Who the heck was wrecking? Yep, I think he was involved. Nope, he was coming out of the pits. This is making me mad. Who the heck was wrecking? Crying out loud. Alright, that's coming out of the pits. That's in the 1 and 2. Let's see. That's in 1. Where the heck were they wrecking? Oh, here it is. So the 89 got into, these are fictionals, I think. 89 got into the 91 right here. Right there. There it is. Jesus, he punted his. That's just in practice. That's crazy. Alright, anyway. Yeah, so definitely we got some camera angles. Oh, he went right into the wall. Ouch. That is smart. Got pushed by, who's that? Is that the 48? That's the 48. Come on. Nope, that's the. Got a lot of fictionals. 99. He was trying to get to the pit road there, and this guy was holding him up. Sent him in the wall. Oh, that's smarts. Not having a good day. Poor 91. Got punted by the 89 and running into the pit wall. So those are storage buildings that we did previously. Look pretty sharp. Yeah, he definitely got his back. Ate the wall. Yeah, the 91 wasn't definitely not having a good time. Like he just said, hell with it, I'm done. Alright, so we can see some of the racing going on here in practice. I think get really close to that. We got 2 Napa cars out here. We got a 55 and a ACLA number 9. Got Fred Jones out there making some noise. Good for Fred. Let's turn this off. Alright, let's. Ooh, there's another one that wrecked. That was the 04, I think I saw. Wait. Huh? Well, that was this guy. What happened here? Oh, you got some help there from the 3. Man, they raced pretty hard here. Look at this. Oh, you got sideways. Oh my goodness. Ron Fellows. Oh, you got back going again. Yeah, these guys are racing pretty rough. No, there are no slouches here on this short track. This is just practice. It's not even racing. Oh. He almost hit the wall again, too. So, but he didn't get stopped that time like the 91 did. He obviously was able to clear the wall. Those storage buildings there. So, granted, we don't have the tree line and all that stuff in there, as I've already mentioned. So, but you can kind of get a sense of if that tree line was there as far as how visible, I guess, that storage facility will be there in the back stretch. Alright, let's go. 8. Cosman. Our good buddy Cosman. Got his own paint scheme in here with the 22 miles coming in the pits. That's a pretty cool looking car. Flash and go scene. What's TV like? Spectator. Oh wow. So you picked one particular spot and off of turn 1. Probably right about where the turn 1 building is. I'm imagining as far as on this view. That's pretty neat. Check out some of these new cameras. Yeah, so we got a little bit of clipping there, so possibly just a little bit of the zoom out of that camera. Doesn't clip. Minor adjustments. I like that idea for that. Oish. TV2. It's got a little bit of clipping into the fence there, I guess, as far as on that one there. It can be probably, excuse that. That's got quite a bit of clipping there. Probably either move that back or just, again, the zooming. How much zoom at that camera position. There's our turn 1 building. That's what I was trying to find a shot of that. So there's our turn 1 building. A little bit up in the air, but once that that ground gets built up, Racer James mentioned, I guess that should look a little bit better. Alright, we're going to get in some racing. I think we've seen enough in practice here. Try our luck out here. We're going to start from the back and try to work our way to the front. Got to practice some. Yep, that's what we're going to do. Here we go. So there's a pretty good shot of our turn 1 building up in the air and side of turn 1. Now, this is a full pace start. That's probably a fair mention, I guess, as far as to this, as opposed to the half lap. I think Racer James already mentioned you put them both the same. You can probably elaborate. Are we ready? Here goes nothing. We're gonna do this.
Start your engines.
Get the tire squeals and whatever else you got out there, I guess, as far as ready, because we're gonna probably need them. See how this AI runs, I guess, as far as with no, I'm using the setup that I built on right? Also the hit the pace car, right? We got a couple of them in there for.
Alright, man. I'll call the green there. Nice smooth shift. I'll
You
walk
can
in
do
front of
it!
you.
I can do it.
Alright, man. Pace car's in. Get ready. Grind. Grind.
Yep, so our turn 1 building is definitely there. Oh god. Punted that guy, sorry. Didn't give him enough breathing room there.
Inside.
You think?
Stay high. Up top, 3 wide. 1 inside. Stay high. At your door. 20.
You gotta get a sense of how fun this is. They're just gonna work your way through the field.
At your door.
And keep all the fenders on it.
Stay high. At your door. Up top, 3 wide. Inside. Still there. Up top, 3 wide.
They're giving me a run for my money, that's for darn sure.
1.7, 6, 0. Inside.
You want to lay into the throttle so bad, but you can't, because like if you do, you're gonna totally just you're gonna nail someone in the rear end.
Clear. Inside. 21.
So tempting though.
7, 2. Still there. Clear. 1 inside.
Straightaways are like short little drag strips. It's like
Still
Martinsville.
there.
Much bigger corners than Martinsville though, that's for sure.
Stay high. Clear low. 1 inside. 20.
Oh, got in there a little hot.
0. 1. At your door. Clear.
Try the low side. Get moving.
Outside at your
Wish I had a
door.
horn.
Clear high. 20. 1. 0.5.
We're up to 20 seconds, starting from last so far.
Inside. Clear low.
Oh god, oh god, oh god. Hold on to it.
Go get it, buddy. Go get it.
I'm trying.
Inside.
Even my
Stay
spotter's
high.
trying to tell me, go
20,
get him.
1. 0. 1. 2. At your door. Clear low.
Not 20 so far. They're racing behind me too. I think my tires are shot.
20. 1. 2. 3.
Yeah, my tires are done for. Yep. Yep, definitely. Oh, come on, baby, hold on to it.
20.
How many more laps?
0. 2.
This guy behind me is like, wants to get around me so bad. The only place I can gain this setup is straight away. I think we're stuck right here in 20th.
20.7. 3.
I'm waiting for her to tell me 10 laps. 5 laps. Okay, we're gonna... Seems to be better on the low side here.
10 to go. Next time.
There's the 10 to go.
Next time. 5. Keep digging. 20.2.
Thank you.
7. 0.
Tires are shot.
20.1.
I think I got it on 2x. I can't remember. I got it 2-time pit frequency. I have to double check that. That's only because I've shortened the, you know, it's not a full race versus doing more laps. Okay. Hold on to it.
20.7. 8. 8.
See, the rest of the field's tending to slow up here a little bit. I'm catching them a little bit. This kind of gives you a sense of just how it just makes you want to do it. It's like, oh, I know I can get a little bit better. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. That was not good. That was totally on me. Totally on me.
Caution's gonna be out. All the way to the line.
Damn it.
It runs close. It runs close.
Now the fact that NR 2003 they don't penalize you as far as in the longest line, for example, as they do
Hit
in
the
racing.
pace car! Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car! What for?
Boy,
Caution's out.
that was totally called for. Yes.
Pit road will be open this time.
How many laps we got left?
88.
We've got
Slow down, Junior. Just keep the fender on it.
5 laps so far. Yeah, that's one thing that's kind of nice about this keyboard that I bought as a placeholder for now is
0.6.
it's a lot more compact
5.
than the other one. It uses less desk space, but I don't like it because the buttons are a lot smaller. Alright, I don't know if we're going to go back to green or not. If we do, it's probably going to be like a 1-lap shootout. We'll see. See what happens here. But anyway, that should give you a little bit of sense of what... Now, I don't have everything that what Racer James has got, I guess, as far as livery to the track, but I can just imagine what the frames we've been getting here so far. He's already mentioned, I guess, as far as trying out a higher poly model and what type, I know how it affects the track, and, you know, taking the necessary steps to keep it optimized. Even with what we got in here so far, we don't even have to worry about frames. I expect the same, I guess, as far as with what's been added so far on Racer Jane. So the fact, you know, the way they've got this this mod for the NASCAR Cup 22, it gives the option, I guess, as far as for manufacturers that they don't run in NASCAR. So like Honda, I think I've seen a Nissan. I think there was a Skyline in here, I think, and a couple other different makes. Not out of the realm of possibility to be able to run those types of manufacturers. This one's obviously a Honda. In front of us. Yeah, I think if we go back to...
You want to go right here.
Yep, 1 lap shootout. Maybe a 2 lap shootout. What do we got here? Oh. 2 lap shootout.
2 to go.
Here we go.
1.4.
This ought to be interesting.
7, 6.
This is gonna be interesting. This is true. I can I ain't gonna win it, but probably end up dumping myself or another car.
Right, man.
Maybe even several
Get in
cars.
there. Nice smooth shift. I'll watch in front of you. Go get them. All right, man. Pace cars in. Get ready. Crank again.
Just... Oh, spun the tires. Okay, okay, okay. Got a little help from behind.
Side, white flag. Want to go to the line.
Oh crap! Oh crap! Oh, my tires were toast.
Caution's gonna be out.
I
All the way
tried.
to the line.
The tires were
All the way to the
toast,
line.
man.
Pit road's closed. Pit road's closed.
Damn it! That was pretty cool though. Pace car came out right
It
away
was
though.
at this moment that he knew.
He's good, man. That's
He fucked up.
5,000 second gear.
But you just see where I'm coming from, I guess, as far as how much you want to race it over and over again. It's like, no, I don't like that result. But it's traditional short track racing. It's just fun to do it.
Yeah, we gotta get a little bit better. 10-12, man. We'll figure it out. Appreciate everybody working hard.
I tried to do the same thing the AI did.
Working.
Where's the pay?
Done a good job. Appreciate you working.
Look at these guys are all freaking out. Like, what is that car doing there? All right, let's see if we can do it.
Pit road, speed 45.
Get them all trying to pile in here.
You go,
Oh
man.
my
That's
goodness.
5,000
Oh my
second
goodness.
gear.
Figure it out. Let's get there. Anyway, that's one race. Did Torch make it back? I might do another one. So that's one outcome, I guess, as far as the race, running it that way. I got up to 20th. No, even though I did dump the one guy, I guess, as far as, but, hey. Oh, we got Fred. Fred spun out there. What the heck happened there, Fred? Let's see. They will beat and bang. Rough up. Yeah, just as you saw. If my tires weren't as worn out there, I probably could have made a better run. That's the story I'm going with and sticking to it. Alright, let's go ahead and run another race. Let's try this again.
Drivers, stop
So,
your engines.
yeah, you can just have a lot of fun on this track. I don't think it would matter which mod. Now, Rachel James, you can care to elaborate. So far, the only thing that you've created any physics support for is Cup. Or have you done the other physics too, as far as CTS and GNS, or any other ones for that matter?
Right, man. I'll call the green there. Nice smooth shift, and I'll watch in front of you. Go get them. All right, man. Pace cars in. Get ready. Crank again. Crank again.
I'm gung-ho now. Oh my goodness. Maybe. Get on my way, 27. I want to be the monkey in the middle here.
One inside. Stay high. Stay high.
Oh boy.
21.9. 7. 1.
Car is very manageable, this setup here. It's
Stay high.
very controllable, very neutral.
One inside.
Okay, Fred.
Enter
Good
door.
old Fred. I want to wreck Fred.
Still there. Up top, 3 wide. 1
I mean,
inside.
there's really no preferred line on this thing. You can race anywhere on this track.
1.7. 7.
Bottom, top, middle.
Sector
I would not want to be in the middle,
Clear.
but
Side.
you can
Clear.
race pretty much anywhere on this track. Oh god.
Outside. Clear.
And into the back of
1
him a little
inside.
bit. He got off the groove.
Outside.
He's probably going to come after me now. Especially if I get
Clear.
around him.
Outside. 20. 1.
No, 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 no.
8. Clear.
I lost it. No caution, though. Fair enough. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Oh god, oh god. Reverse. Good grief. I totally bombed that one.
You go, man, that bridge 5,000 second
I
gear.
can kind of ease it back out here and still give him room.
Outside. Still there.
And get my lap back.
Stay low there. Still up there. Still up there.
No, no, no.
Yellow's out. Keep digging. Caution's gonna be out. All the way
This
to
one
the
didn't go
line.
very well. I think
All
I'm
the
gonna
way
start
to
that
the
one over. Holy crap. I'm gonna take a look at. I get on the apron there. Nope, gotta put it on the mic. 70. What happened to me right there? I gotta back. Back it up, back it up, back it up. I was just racing hard. Really, nobody got into me. Just got sideways on me. Damn it. Hate when that happens. I guess so. Oh. Cool, you got me made it back toward. Exactly as far as these cars getting them out. Fred has to be 108 years old. I don't know. How old was he, I guess, as far as when 2003 came out? That's probably the better question. Torch made it back though. Cool. So we're gonna try another race here. Start this back over. So that was attempt 2. Did 1. I got up to 20th, but then ended up losing it. We had a 2-lap shootout there and didn't work out too well. Here we go. I just want to be able to finish the race, I guess, at this point. Without spinning out or wrecking or any of that good stuff. I don't know which better is first to roll off in third or second.
I'll call the green there. Nice smooth
I tried
shift.
second,
I'll
I
watch
spun the
front of you.
wheel, so I might try
Go
third.
get 'em. All right, man. Pace cars in. Get ready. Grind, grind, grind. Grind, grind, grind.
Yeah, I'm gonna try third. Third seems to be better. Oh god. No! Son of a gun anyway. I too much brake. I keep going now. I used way too much brake there. I was totally driver here. Flat spot of the tires too, you can tell. Definitely feel it in the tires.
20.
Gotta save those tires.
6. 1. 6.
Get back up to the field at least anyway. And I'm right back where we started. And I'm away 62.
21.0.
Make a hole, make it wide.
7.
Oh god.
1 inside.
He slowed down way too much. I overcompensated. Yeah, I keep putting way too much brake in there and it's totally destroying my tires. I want to stay in the lead lap. At least you're getting, you know, with you're spinning out at least anyway, you're getting some sense of how the track responds. Even with what little we got applied to the track at this point. If I can get back up to the field again. I think they got too far away from me.
20.4. 8. 7.
Yeah, tires are just garbage. Oops. I scraped the wall there a little bit.
7. 7.
Kind of gives you the sense though that you You can race pretty much anywhere on this track, though. Just don't go too low. Obviously, I got those left tires, I guess, too low out of the groove, and spun me out.
20.
With this setup, anyway, that I've been using.
8, 2.
Got the leaders are coming up to me. They're 2 seconds behind me. Just want to stay in the lead lap. Don't lap me.
20.4. 9. 8.
Catching up to the field here. Little by little. Hold on to it. Gotta do a little bit of counter steer. You're just gonna keep it straight because you can feel it want to break loose. With the tires being a little bit
8.
torched.
6.
It's definitely doable though. Just gotta have patience. Oh, now it's starting to push.
20.4. 2.
No! Dang it.
Leaders coming up. Yellow's out.
Yeah, I know.
Digging. Caution's gonna be out.
Yeah, tires were just
All the way
torched.
to
I
line.
gotta do work on the
All the way
setup there to
line.
get to balance out a longer run on the tires.
What the hell happened now?
That's pretty fun though. Let's go ahead and retire. I think that's 3 times. 3 attempts there gets as far as. Let's watch the rest of the. Let's switch this over. Yep, so they're taking the caution, and we have. How many laps? We have. Let me telltale up here. 12 laps, so they still got about 8 laps left. That's a pretty good run. Kinda liking it. You decided not to add any more safer. Need that real estate on the inside. So you're only going to do it on the outside walls, is what you're saying? And, you know, keeping in mind the track, in reality, doesn't have safer. But you're only going to add it to the outside and not the inside. From what I've seen, the way you've got the AI, they go pretty low in the turns. With the setup I've got, I definitely can't go that low. This is first without getting loose. Wait, race? Oh, is Torch leaving? I'm sorry. I'm gonna miss it. Let's scroll back here. Oh, Yasso's bouncing. I got you. All right, appreciate you stopping in your Yasso. Got you. You can catch some of the racing. Why none of my chats want to scroll? What the... Gotcha. About the safer. Yeah, you too, Yasso. But I guess work. Yeah, let's get these guys going back to racing. So they got maybe one more lap. We got it focused on. I got it on the 20. Let's put it on Fred. Watch Fred. Watch some of the AI going around. Yeah, but that's definitely one thing I have noticed with the way this AI is designed. That's kind of what I wanted to showcase. Is the way they navigate as far as they go pretty low in the turns. Not consistently, but you know, even at random. Right, caught you there. Yeah. Appreciate that. We'll see you again next time. Alright, stream went good. That's what I was kind of hoping for. So it seems to be semi-fixed there. Other than the Twitch Prime deals. Hopefully Twitch gets that figured out. It gets as far as with that. They're going to go? Well, I guess maybe one more lap. Got plenty of laps left. They should be going back to green. There they go. I've got it about mid-pack here. We'll 23rd position. They got a full field of 42 cars. 43 if we would have been on there. Yeah, so we can watch a little bit of short track racing here. Let's go to spectator. Now, I can imagine with all the other livery in here, how old it. Look at how old that. Man, they're racing the hell out of it in that corner. Check it out. Yeah, spectators you kind of lose some things. It almost needs maybe be a little bit higher. I don't know. Kind of lose something. What's going on over there? Back on TV. How does TV1? We haven't really looked at TV1. Yeah, look at how low they go in the corners. I couldn't go that low with the setup I got. Look at Fred go. Let's watch Fred. Yeah, you can see their times and their speed definitely falls off throughout the run. That's the last lap right there. Oh, look at him go. Look at him go. Got the 13 all over Fred's bumper. Didn't wreck him though. So that's pretty cool. I like a little bit of Rubbins racing, I guess, as far as when it comes to short track. Oh, look at him. I'm hitting the wall there. That hold on. Razor James. Did I miss something? I wanted to see who ran into the wall there. Whoops. So we had the 3 car. Put it on to 3. So at this point here, we're just checking to see function of the AI to make sure. Oops. We're kind of in a blind spot here. Let's see. So the 3 car was trying to get in. He just totally ran into the wall. Ran out of room there. So for those that don't remember, I guess, as far as we do have 2, even though it's 1 active pit road, there's 2 different pits that are being utilized in the I&I. So it does require to have 2 sets of LPs because of that. Not only for the AI cars, but the pace car in particular. I don't know if this here is a byproduct, somewhat of a product, I guess, of that interfering with each other. I mean, granted, this is post-race and all that, so, be it that there is collision detection, as far as AI wall offset. This car here just probably noticing there's a car there, he's got nowhere to go, and just decides to run himself into the wall. That could be a factor there too. They're really just piling in here though. So the 80, what's that Honda car? That's the 88. Focus on that one here. He really squeezes himself in there. Goes to show you how tight. That T tight. Let's go to Chase. Look at how he squeezes himself in here. Right up against the 5 car. Back it up here a little bit. He comes in from way back here and just full sends it. Like, excuse me, coming through. But yet the 3 car. Closer look at him real quick. We're just kind of evaluating AI. Let's back this up. He doesn't have as much luck here, so he's found the LP and just doesn't have enough room. Not quite as much room as the 88 did. Yep. Ouch. So it could potentially be, I guess, as far as somewhat of an issue, I guess, as far as the, the overlay, I guess, as far as of the pit road, as far as the pit 1 and the pit. Anyway, it's post race. It's not really that big of an issue. If it did tend to present itself, I guess, as far as during a race, that would be an even bigger issue. But as it stands right now, it shouldn't be too. Okay. That's pretty much all I got for you folks, I guess, as far as 2 tracks for the price of 1, if you want to call it that way. But I had a blast. I was definitely super thrilled, I guess, as far as to be able to get. We need to turn that down a little bit. Just a little bit. There we go. Yeah, I had a good time, I guess, as far as I hope you all did too. Definitely, if you didn't have any fun, then we did something wrong, and we need to fix it. But let me switch this back over. Oh my goodness, I'm getting hungry. I don't know what I'm gonna have for supper either. I have to raid the fridge. I'm gonna move some stuff over here. Second. Oop, wrong button. There we go. But yeah, we got all the latest things that I showed for Texas, as well as LaCrosse there. I definitely wanted to at least show the AI, but the fact that I was able to get as much done with the turn 1 concession there, even if it was with its makeshift texture. Racer James, now you at least got something to work with. If you want me to send this to you, just let me know. That way you can kind of work out the whatever trees and whatnot you need to put in there. That way you have that model work with. I can send that to you if you so wish, or if you just want to wait, that's fine too. Okay. I was thinking you may or may not want to have. I mean, you already got it laid out pretty well, I guess, as far as in Sandbox, as far as where that building is, as far as where I got it. So there you have it. So you got pretty much know. I think all the measurements and whatever that you had, you know, that we applied to it, I think it does tend to show pretty well. It's gonna look even better once it gets textured properly, and have all the functions of the doors open and close and all that. I'm taking polys out of here. Yeah, so some of the objects that you're working, so like the grandstands, have you gotten to that point yet? Care to want to share any of that? You know, so you were mentioning as far as some high poly stuff, just to kind of see what you can get out of it. That's kind of the name of the game when it comes to doing this thing. Sometimes you want to throw as much as you can at it to see how well it sticks. In some cases it'll stick, other times it won't. So yeah, so I don't know if you got Torch wanting to do anything. Obviously, I'll work on this. We'll continue to fine tune on this one here probably next week too. I guess as far as you know, to get it, you know, the texture defined and whatever. Just like we did with the storage facility. I think that storage facility turned out pretty good too. Let's put it on that. So we saw it in the sim itself as far as how that presents itself, both in all sessions. I think that turned out pretty good, and it took us I think what did it take us, about 2 or 3 streams to get that this level? I think it turned out pretty good. You won't be ready for shading. Well, basically everything is. Oh right, yeah, I totally get that. As far as light maps and whatever, because I know you guys were talking about that earlier, as far as applying the light maps to it. So yeah, you definitely want to have it more complete. Just like Racer James already mentioned, he's already. You had mentioned, I guess, as far as just putting it on the outside wall for the safer, not necessarily on the inside. So it's a little bit, you know, more modern, you know, but not 100%. You know, as far as to have them, because most NASCAR tracks, for example, they tend to have the safer on both inside and outside walls. And you're taking the approach, I guess, as far as just to do them on the outside. I've seen what you've had done there so far, so I can just imagine what that's going to look like once I get it. See, there are a few buildings in the infield that need made at some point too. Right. You know, one building at a time. You know, one area at a time. Like I said, it took us 2 or 3 streams, I guess, to do this storage facility, and at this point here, about 2 streams to get this point on the turn 1 concession. So I'm pretty confident by next stream you can have this pretty much buttoned up. I think it turned out pretty good. It turned out pretty damn fantastic, if you ask me. Back, do this real quick. Yeah, it's gonna be like even cooler, I guess, as far as once we get all the functions, I guess, as far as for the doors open and stuff like that. And we don't even have all the finer details, I guess, to this yet, like the the pinnacles on the peak, and also this other peak that runs, you know, on this side. So that still all needs to be done yet, which it won't be that hard to do. It won't be that incredibly hard to do at all. I've got some ideas as far as how to tackle that. Yep, so just to kind of give you guys somewhat of an idea of what I'm thinking for adding that peak to this side, the fact that I've still got that roof as one piece, I'll be able to use that, spin it, you know, as far as to line that up like that, chunk off what I don't need, and then just size it up properly, I guess, as far as for that area. You know, so because I still have that in, you know, a separate thing, it'll present itself, I guess, as far as whether that'll work out or not that way. So probably next week, just to, you know, on top of doing things like that, but also to get a texture refined. And like I was saying, I'm almost thinking of taking the approach of horizontal type of siding. Hey, there you go. You were able to get that's your second one, at least from there. We didn't have as many not as many slots, you know, as far as jackpots, I guess, to this stream, but second one for you. Yeah, get the GGs out there. Where's my GGs? Dang it. Do it. Hello. There we go. GGs. Yeah, so that's 2 at least anyway. Didn't you get the max jackpot? You got a little bit at least anyway. And you definitely earn yourself some units of fluids while the stream is live. So we are pretty close, I guess, to getting the follower goal. So as of Friday, came to that conclusion that it is we're sitting at 43 of 50. So we need 7 more followers, I guess, as far as to get to that goal, and that will trigger potential game giveaway. So if you know of anybody that might be interested in watching this type of stuff, let them know. You're lurking in the chat, you're listening. Get your friends, come on over, have some fun, and do a little bit of creative things on Saturday. I'm also streaming on Tuesdays for trucking. We do some Wreckfest on Wednesdays in support of Woundware Project, and as of recent, we're doing more farming streams on Friday on the L House server in No Man's Land, Area 52. So you want to catch any of that, make sure, if you haven't already, hit the follow button on the channel, get the notification when the stream is live. And I think what I'm going to do is just get off of this thing. Feel free to stick around for the host at the end of the stream. And I'm going to get some food. I'm hungry. Stomach is a rumbly. The Puma is not happy. So hope y'all have a fantastic rest of your Saturday. And hopefully see you again real soon. Siding is definitely vertical. Is vertical? Metal. Okay. So I was thinking horizontal. That might create somewhat of an issue as far as the way I've got this currently mapped with the gables, and we can adjust that totally. Yeah, as far as the way I did that. So that's something I was thinking. I was initially thinking doing horizontal, just to kind of get a sense of all of that's going to be off, because definitely you're going to see that miscue of the peak, the roof piece is in comparison to the building if I do vertical. So if it is vertical, like the storage facility, definitely going to have to redo some of that mapping there. So those are amongst the things that we'll have to deal with, I guess, as far as for coming up next week and probably next couple streams to get this thing fine-tuned. So again, if you want to catch all of that in future streams, definitely feel free to stop on in. Like I said, I'm super hungry. I need to get some food. I don't even know what the heck I'm gonna have. I'm gonna have to raid the fridge. So again, you all have a fantastic rest of your weekend. Supposed to get like in the 50s tomorrow, which is crazy. And then it's supposed to plummet again. Roller coaster ride. Mother Nature's super not happy. But yeah, definitely feel free to stick around for the host of the stream if you so wish to. Definitely not an obligation, but I'm looking at see who's on anyway. If there's anybody I can recommend, not really. Kind of slow today. Anyway, folks, you all have. Oh, hold on. All right, cool. Never mind. Changing my thought. we'll see y'all again real soon, folks. Hopefully. If nothing, if not for next Saturday, we got 3 other streams. Oh, that is not wanting to run here. Why not? So many things are broken on my end. Bear with me. Alright, there we go. Great. It was pretty slow for the most part today, and I still had a lot of fun. I hope you all did too. Let's do it again sometime. Later.